In Columbus, Ohio, a star gymnast recovering well from a car accident dies suddenly in her hospital bed. In Northport, New York, a tough war veteran being treated for a mild form of cancer takes a fatal turn for the worse. In Quincy, Illinois, a paramedic crew is laid out by a series of mysterious illnesses.
Nurses saw things that looked odd to them that made no sense.
Could a trusted, well-liked surgeon be behind these bizarre events?
He always thought he was smarter than anybody else in the room, wherever he went.
He leads investigators on a deadly game of cat and mouse. But as law enforcement closes in,
when they went to get him, he was gone. He had disappeared.
the doctor is always one step ahead. There are those in positions of power who do evil and who only think they are untouchable. "19-year-old college student Cynthia McGee lies in serious but stable condition after being hit by a vehicle. Bobby Montanari was her gymnastics coach.
Cindy was riding her bike on campus with her boyfriend and was hit by a driver. She had a broken arm, a broken leg. I believe her pelvic area was broken, and she had injuries to her head.
New York Times journalist James Stewart knows the story well.
She was a young gymnast, so she was in excellent physical condition. She was very young. The prognosis looked good.
She is badly hurt, but seems to be improving when her close friend Erin Trott visits her in hospital.
There was absolutely no indication that she would not pull through. I mean, things were looking very good, and everybody was optimistic that she would pull through and have a normal life after that.
Cindy was one of the most dedicated, hardworking, determined athletes I've ever worked with. I felt by her determination that she wouldn't give up and that she would fight through this.
But suddenly, McGee is dead of a heart attack. The dedicated nurses attending her are baffled.
I don't think anybody believed it at first.
When somebody that young and healthy dies suddenly like that, not that any death isn't horrible and tragic, but someone who had her whole life in front of her. She was a college student.
In the aftermath of the tragedy of McGee's unexpected death, no one pays much attention to the young and talented neurosurgeon who's been treating her, Michael Swango. He's a rising star of the medical profession, on course to becoming a brain surgeon, an ambition that's driven him ever since his high school days in Quincy, Illinois.
Quincy, Illinois is a fascinating place. It was, in some ways, a very idyllic place, a very safe place, kind of what you would think of as Norman Rockwell's America.
Swango is valedictorian of his graduating class.
He was smart. He did very well in school. He had very good grades. His parents were proud of him. They thought he would be a star. He would bring credit to the family.
Straight out of school, Swango chooses to serve his country and enlists in the U.S. Marine Corps. 4 years later, after an honorable discharge, he returns home to a hero's welcome before enrolling at Quincy College, where he's taught by chemistry professor William Gasser.
When I knew Mike, he was a very nice guy. He was one of my better students. Oh, I liked Mike a lot, yeah. As I say, he was very energetic. He'd come in and talk to me, you know, and I enjoyed him because he was very intelligent.
So intelligent that he wins the American Chemical Society Award for the best chemistry grad in the entire country. His hometown loves him.
He had everything going for him. This is a golden resume.
When he left to go to medical school, there was no reason why I wouldn't have recommended him.
Arriving to study medicine at Southern Illinois University, things couldn't be better for Swango.
My impression of Mike was that he did not have to work very hard to get good marks because he was intelligent.
But according to Judge Dennis Cashman, away from the security of his hometown, something appears to change.
His personality was such that he couldn't quite deal with criticism, and he couldn't deal with any failure on his part.
Whenever he gets a question wrong, Swango drops to the floor and does push-ups.
When we see quirks that are oddities for a particular person, we do start to wonder if maybe there are cracks in the surface. In Swango's case, people usually only have a presentation of something different than who they are. If there's something a little darker there that they know they need to hide from others.
His fellow students in medical school thought he was very strange and weird.
I remember one thing that I learned about later was that he essentially butchered a cadaver, which was part of a class on anatomy. And I guess they gave him a hard time, and some of them even made fun of him because of how bad he'd done, and that just really did not set well with Michael Swango.
But he makes up for his lack of skill in the classroom with his expertise in other areas.
Well, according to what I've been told by others, and there again, I don't have any personal firsthand knowledge of this, but they thought his credentials on paper were such that he would ultimately become a good doctor.
Despite this, Swango graduates successfully and beats out stiff competition to land OSU's prestigious residency in neurosurgery. It should be the start of a glorious career as a brain surgeon. But the unexpected death of young gymnast Cynthia McGee is raising some eyebrows. However, in any hospital, it's not unheard of for an apparently recovering patient to suddenly decline. Just 3 weeks later, another patient at OSU is about to have a similarly unexpected crisis. 69-year-old former nurse Rena Cooper is recovering well from a back operation until she crosses paths with Dr. Swango.
So she couldn't speak. She couldn't cry out. Imagine being in her position, but she was able to shake and rattle the rails on her bed to get attention.
Both Rena Cooper and teenage gymnast Cynthia McGee have suffered a medical crisis shortly after being treated by Dr. Michael Swango.
Morning, Mrs. Cooper. How are you doing?
The next morning, Cooper is weak and shaken. She cannot speak, but motions for a pen and paper. What she writes is chilling.
Because now you have a patient who describes exactly what Dr. Swango did to her.
It hints at something the nursing staff has begun to suspect. Patients are becoming seriously ill or even dying when Dr. Swango is on duty.
The nurses were in shock. It was horrible. I mean, they had literally were eyewitnesses to something that came very close to killing a patient. And they had no doubt in their minds that it was Swango that had done it.
The nurses had seen Swango dispose of the syringe. Only nurses are meant to give injections. Dr. Swango has no business administering them himself.
They went to their superiors immediately, and they took this to the medical hierarchy. The head nurse, I remember saying that she'd never seen nurses so traumatized by what they thought they had just witnessed.
Believing Swango to be a doctor who harms rather than heals, the nurses take their concerns to hospital management.
But there is a big gulf in the medical profession between nurses and doctors. Doctors are on Mount Olympus, and the nurses are somewhere well down the slopes. The head nurse, she tried. She did her best, only to be, just brushed aside. They didn't find any of this credible.
It is a different story when the hospital officials ask for Swango's account.
they always sided with him. Now, whether that was because he was persuasive and credible and they just couldn't believe he would do anything bad, or that coupled with their awareness that they didn't want a scandal in the hospital or his liability, I can't really say. But these investigations were a joke.
Sure enough, Swango is protected by his cloak of medical untouchability and is cleared of any wrongdoing. But with ill feeling towards him from the nursing staff, the hospital decides not to extend his contract.
There was so much evidence, and yet the knee-jerk reaction among his colleagues in the medical profession was, let's kind of get him out of our hospital and just move him.
Swango slips away, but finds another way to re-enter the medical profession, where more bizarre incidents continue to follow in his wake. Michael Swango is still a practicing physician, even after 2 of his patients have suspiciously died. He manages to quietly slip away from the cloud of suspicion and re-enter the medical profession under the radar by returning to his hometown of Quincy, Illinois. This time, not as a doctor, but as an emergency medical technician. Despite taking a giant step backwards in his career, Michael Swango initially makes a good first impression with his new co-workers.
You know, he's introduced to us. He's got this military background, went to my same high school. Clean cut, you know, short blonde hair, kept himself in good shape, friendly with everyone. You know, he was, I just thought he was just a good old boy.
Yet something doesn't seem right. Paramedic Brent Unmazig is surprised by Swango's self-appointed demotion.
What are you even doing here, being a paramedic with us?
Why would a doctor be working on the ambulance as a paramedic, making $10 an hour when he could be working in the ER or someplace else for $100 an hour? It really didn't make sense to me.
What, you're a medical doctor?
Swango claims to be awaiting his Illinois medical license, but it's not long before his co-workers notice that he has a bizarre fascination with death.
Truck 2228, MVC at Main and 7th. Truck 2228, MVC at Main and 7th.
Come on, let's go.
I mean, I think that he just loved trauma. He wanted to be on scene. Car accidents and explosions is what he really was excited about.
The other paramedics become used to Swango being the first out the door for any major incident. But even they are surprised when he starts turning up at accidents when he's off duty.
Here they are in the middle of an accident scene, in the middle of the night, and find that Michael Swango was on top of the hood, taking pictures of these victims inside the car. He's not there starting IVs or making sure that, the blood pressure was good or whatever we could do, stop bleeding. I mean, he was there taking pictures of these victims inside the car.
It's not the only off behavior that the paramedics notice.
We interrupt this regular scheduled program with the emergency bulletin. There's been a mass shooting in Southern California.
It was the day of the McDonald's massacre, and we were talking louder than the TV.
Turn this up here, guys.
And Michael Swango turns up the TV as loud as he could.
Come install lunch.
Turned around and says, "Isn't that awesome? Wouldn't you just love to have seen all this?"
Another 3 injured, possibly 8.
He truly enjoyed seeing the trauma. Where we take care of him after the event, he wants to see the event. There was just something odd about this guy. He just don't act like this.
It's dawning on Swango's co-workers that his fascination with death and suffering is more than just professional interest.
Well, I'm just thinking, this guy is just not normal.
With the paramedics, I think on occasion he thought they were below him. They were not as educated as he was, and on occasion I think they had made some fun of him over various little things, and he could not take criticism.
Boys, look what I got.
Thank you. Don't mind if I do. Hey, boys. That's what I want. Go.
One morning, he brought in treats for us. And that was kind of a surprise because nobody brings in donuts.
But there's something odd about the donuts.
When you eat a donut, usually these glazed donuts spring back, right? Well, this didn't spring back.
Oh, what's with these, man? Tastes kind of weird, no?
Mike, what is this? These don't taste like fresh donuts.
No, okay. They're day olds.
What? They're day olds?
We're all teasing him, like, aren't we good enough for fresh donuts?
Here we go. Always ribbon, eh? Always.
But I could tell there was something wrong with those donuts. I'd say about 20 minutes later, I'm just starting to get a little nauseated and my stomach's starting to turn. I didn't say anything. I left the quarters, went down the hallway, found a bathroom, and started to vomit. But I mean, I'm dripping wet, pale. I kind of felt like I was dying.
And Brent Unmissig is not the only victim.
There was 5 of us reported that we were all sick.
The only one who isn't ill is Michael Swango. The paramedics recover, but a couple of weeks later, a similar episode occurs.
We were assigned to work on a standby football game, and Mike says, I'm gonna go up to the concession stand and get a Coke. Do you want one? I said, all right.
Swango goes off to get the drinks alone.
He comes back down, and I'm sitting there drinking a little bit. I'm starting to feel nauseated again. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I feel like I'm gonna get sick again.
Brent, are you okay?
This is the second time that Brent Unmissig has become violently sick when Swango is around.
Oh, I'm excited to see you too.
The other paramedics start to become suspicious.
Every time Mike's around, strange things are happening.
Dig in, guys.
A handful of us just started talking, you know. Would you think, could it be possible that he is poisoning us?
Hey, morning, guys.
No.
So now it's just a matter of, you know, finding some evidence that may lead to what he was poisoning us with.
The paramedics wait for Swango to go out on a call.
Look at this.
In Swango's locker, they find Ant Killer, which contains the deadly poison arsenic.
If ingested, may cause dizziness.
Nausea, vomiting, blurred vision, dizziness, headache. And I thought, oh my God, this is what he's using.
The paramedics can scarcely believe it.
Mark stopped me and says, Brandon, he goes, I'm gonna send you and Mike are gonna go on a call. You're gonna send you 25 minutes away, and that's gonna give Bill Arp and myself time.
They wait until Swango is making tea for the team, then put their plan into action.
NBC east of Route 36 on-ramp. NBC east of Route 36 on-ramp.
With Swango away, the paramedics take a sample of the tea and send it for analysis.
So Monday morning, the tea sample was handed over to Dr. Gasser.
Ironically, it's Swango's old chemistry professor who conducts the test.
The paramedics sent a tea sample down to me to see if I could find anything wrong with it. Well, I did the test on the sample and verified that it was arsenic in the tea.
The positive test confirms what the paramedics suspect. Swango has been poisoning them.
I couldn't believe it because to me, Mike was a nice guy.
Dr. Gasser said there was twice the lethal dose in that tea sample to kill somebody. And at that point in time, we felt, you know, we gotta involve the police because he's playing around with some poison that could kill us.
What's this about?
Swango is arrested. The charge, assault. Judge Dennis Cashman presides at his trial.
He sat at the counsel table and stared at me for 2 weeks with very piercing eyes. And of course, that was unusual because most defendants don't even want to look at the judge.
Swango denies the charges, but the evidence against him is overwhelming.
I thought he was manipulative, narcissistic, and by the end, a psychopath.
Cashman sentences Swango to 5 years in jail.
I gave him what I perceived to be the maximum I could give him under the law in Illinois. It was so clear to me that he was a dangerous man who had to be prevented from having patient care put in his hands ever again.
Michael Swango, once the pride of Quincy, Illinois, has been proven to be a cold-blooded poisoner.
After his conviction had been affirmed, then I decided to become proactive in doing something about this guy.
A psychopath is someone with a complete lack of conscience. Self-gratification is kind of their central feature, a disregard for society's rules, and an inability to emotionally connect to other human beings. Judge Cashman would have seen that as very dangerous because Michael Swango fits into the profile of a psychopath.
It's 1988, and Michael Swango is a free man. He's kept his nose clean in prison and served only 2 of his 5 years. But with a criminal record, Dr. Swango's days of harming others should be over. Instead, he's just getting started. It's 1990. Michael Swango is a free man, and he's desperate to be a doctor again. But having left his previous hospital job under a cloud of suspicion after the deaths of 2 of his patients, and now with a criminal record, it's not going to be easy.
He messed around with pseudonyms and aliases for a while. But over time, he got better and better at lying. He just set up false documents, including a false rap sheet, which would hide the with poison designation on the conviction, so it just looked like a bar fight.
Under an assumed name, Swango lands a brief residency at Sioux Falls Medical School.
Sioux Falls, South Dakota snagged this guy with his great record at Ohio State.
But when the hospital authorities belatedly investigate Swango's criminal record, they are horrified and call Judge Cashman.
I told them he poisoned people in Quincy, Illinois, and that his conviction had been affirmed.
He didn't deny that he was convicted of poisoning, so he was suspended by the hospital in South Dakota.
Rather than face the consequences, Swango simply vanishes, but is undeterred from finding another job in the medical profession. Worried that Swango will continue to poison, Judge Cashman takes a highly unusual step for a judge. He enlists the help of investigative journalist James Stewart.
I just got a call out of the blue, and he told me that, to his amazement and dismay, he kept periodically getting inquiries from hospitals that were considering hiring Dr. Swango.
It seemed to me that the medical profession was not paying attention. I was determined to prevent him, if I could, from harming more people.
Northport Veterans Affairs Medical Center in New York State. Shockingly, Michael Swango is back on the wards, except he's not calling himself Michael Swango anymore. Now, he's Michael Kirk.
He convinced the department head or whoever it was that made the decision to let him in that program. He lied his way in there.
The Northport Hospital has no idea of his history. Swango's patient, George Ciano, has been diagnosed with cancer. He's fighting the disease with his characteristic determination. Supported by his stepdaughter, Rose Linda Conroy.
He was doing well. When they would give him chemotherapy, he would sing. So he was known on the floor to all the nurses, and he sang through all his treatments. He never was ill from his treatments. He was always happy for you to come and visit him, and he never, for 1 second, thought that he wouldn't make it. I only met Dr. Swango once. I didn't think much of him. And he asked us if my stepfather had a DNR.
A do not resuscitate form is a medical order written by the family, instructing healthcare workers not to revive the patient.
My stepfather did not want to sign a DNR. He was asked that in the past, and he said no, he was not dying and he was not signing a DNR, that he wanted all and every measure taken to save him. That's how he felt. I think I was just so much wrapped into thinking about state of mind that my stepfather was in. I don't really remember at that time thinking too much about him. I thought it was odd that he was asking me about this, and then I really didn't give him another thought until after.
Content that the do not resuscitate issue has been resolved, Rosalinda turns her attention back to her father-in-law. The signs appear promising. Everyone expects George Ciano to make a full recovery. Everyone, that is, except Michael Swango.
In a hospital, he gets injected, he starts to feel paralyzed, he can't breathe, he can't speak.
He sat and watched a man die. Dr. Swango was evil.
When he coded, when machines went off in the room, Dr. Swango would not let any of them go in to try to resuscitate him. And my stepfather didn't sign a DNR, so they were prevented from, to my knowledge, from what she told us, from going in to save him, I guess to revive him. And then that was that. That was it. I think about him when there are important things in my life going on. I think about him missing my daughter's weddings. I think about him missing just the general everyday joys that you have in life.
Swango diagnoses the death as the result of natural causes. 2 other patients, seemingly on the mend, also die unexpectedly.
He's putting on the white robe, he's got the stethoscope around his neck. And so the next victim is unsuspecting.
Oh, miss.
Yes.
With his white coat as a shield, Swango can act with impunity.
So at this point, murder has become like an addiction to Swango. He has the same kind of compulsion for murder that drug addicts do for drugs. His craving, so to speak, is getting greater and greater.
73-year-old Thomas Sammarco is in full recovery from elective open-heart surgery. He's stable until he becomes a patient of Dr. Swango.
San Marco, how are you feeling?
Still not very good, Doc.
Still in pain?
Yeah.
Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do you give it?
He is indulging himself recklessly here.
Swango replaces Sammarco's prescribed pain medication with a lethal paralytic and claims the patient's death is accidental.
He got increasingly brazen on what he wanted, which was the thrill of killing people. Swango polished and perfected his lie over time. In this case, it wasn't a con game about money, it was a con game about death. And he wanted to get himself into a position where he could inflict death on patients and get away with it. And he would do anything he had to get himself into that position.
Swango's next victim is 60-year-old retired cabinet maker Baron Harris. Admitted to hospital for pneumonia. Swango injects him with a lethal dose of anesthetic.
What are you doing?
Caught in the act by Harris's wife, Swango simply lies to her face.
It's just vitamins, Mrs. Harris.
Swango was experimenting on various patients with various levels of things. We know that from a case like Baron Harris. He had clearly injected him with poison, and he knew what he was doing, and he knew he was going to kill him.
Harris's condition deteriorates, and he dies a short time after.
He's gotten quite good at it at this point. He's got this injection technique and the drugs that can't be traced. He's got this down, and he was doing it quite successfully.
Swango has perfected his deadly craft, killing in an environment where sudden deaths don't even raise an eyebrow. Right now, there is nothing to stop him killing, and killing again. 39-year-old Dr. Michael Swango is in the middle of an escalating killing spree, injecting unsuspecting patients with lethal doses of sedatives and cardiac drugs. His victims, their relatives, and his own bosses have no idea what he's doing. 4 months after Swango's arrival at Northport VA, the hospital's administration gets a call from Sioux Falls.
Hello.
Following a tip-off that Swango has resurfaced at Northport, there is shocking news for the hospital authorities.
And he discovered that his applications had been falsified and he had lied. Yes, he was convicted. It was a poisoning incident. And then he said, "You've got a problem on your hands."
The hospital contacts Judge Cashman.
Yes, Judge Cashman, my name is...
The federal government had taken him in at the VA hospital on Long Island, but I let him know in no uncertain terms that he should not be practicing medicine because he would cause harm to people.
Is it Dr. Kirk or Dr. Swango?
Dismayed by the situation, the hospital administration fires Swango.
Dr. Michael Swango, you're terminated.
Incredibly, they have no idea that Swango has been killing people right under their noses in Northport.
You have to remember that Swango is also operating in the pre-internet age. It was harder to get information. So when he shows up with a rap sheet that's been altered, it was a barroom brawl, not assault with poison. It was difficult in those days to go get the original rap sheet. Today, you'd put something into Google, and in 2 minutes, you would know this guy is a poisoner. It didn't show up automatically. Technology has changed quite a bit, and Swango certainly took advantage of the limited capacities of technology then. And that was part of the reason why he was able to get away with some of the things he got away with.
Unaware of Swango's worst crimes, the Veterans Affairs Hospital do not file any charges.
They let him go. And of course, at that time, I did not know about all the murders he had just committed. I learned about that later.
With his crimes so well hidden, Swango simply walks out the door. The hospital's administration decides to make sure that no one gets duped by him again. They send a warning to all 125 medical schools and countless teaching hospitals across the U.S. But it's not just medical facilities that get alerted. As a veterans hospital, Northport is a federal institution, so the FBI is informed too.
It certainly rang alarm bells with me. A medical person acting in a medical capacity who was poisoning people, that was pretty interesting. And the second, bell that went off with me is that he had disappeared. For a person to think, I need to leave, I need to escape, I felt like there was something more that had to be looked into.
The feds review the records of patients under Swango's care.
During the time that he had been at the hospital, they had a spike in unexplained deaths, and they were worried that Swango had something to do with it.
Investigators see a clear pattern emerging.
I was concerned that we were looking at someone here who was perhaps a much more serious criminal.
Gardner begins to look into Swango's past, starting with his med school days a decade earlier.
The FBI find out there were suspicious deaths at SIU, and his fellow students in medical school started calling him 00 Swango. The idea, like James Bond, he had this license to kill, and that stuck. And a lot of his fellow students called him 00 Swango. That was the idea, and they were aware that there was this kind of odd pattern of association between these patients who died and him. But I don't think it ever went beyond that sort of suspicion.
The more the FBI dig, the more they find. The nurse's allegations against Swango from Ohio State fit perfectly into his pattern of harming patients. They need to stop him, but have no hard evidence to charge him with murder. Investigator Cecilia Gardner comes up with an idea.
Having had an interview with the official at the Northport Veterans Administration, I realized that in that conversation, there were misrepresentations made. He had used a Xerox machine to make it look like he had a diploma that he didn't have or a certification that he didn't have.
It's a federal offense to lie on a document and then use the U.S. mail to deliver that document.
So we went to a grand jury and sought an indictment on the charge of perjury, and the grand jury returned an indictment charging Dr. Swango with that. And then we got a warrant for his arrest.
It's not a murder charge, but it should be enough to get Swango answering some tricky questions, if the feds can find him.
He was a fugitive, so a red notice is provided to Interpol, so that on an international basis and within the United States, there's notices everywhere that if this person is found, he is to be arrested on these charges.
But Swango is one step ahead. He's relentlessly driven to satisfy his lethal urges, and now he's found a new place to do just that, somewhere far away from prying eyes. Swango has secured a job in a small rural hospital in Menene, Zimbabwe.
So Swango's move to Africa indicates a degree of calculated, methodical, logical planning on his part. He's very bright, and psychopaths are not crazy. So he's able to decide where the best place is to find the most number of victims and still satisfy his own needs.
What better place to hide other than a remote corner of a pretty remote country in southern Africa? He gets there and he starts doing the same thing all over again.
However, the extreme lengths he has gone to in order to hide from the investigators will set Swango on a path to his downfall. Serial killer Dr. Michael Swango has left the United States to continue his killing spree.
The FBI contacted me and they knew he had gone to Africa. And I said, well, he's going to kill people there. Something's got to be done about this. No matter where he goes, he's going to kill people.
And it turned out that 5 homicides occurred while he was working as a doctor in a field hospital in Zimbabwe.
In Africa, where the record keeping or the degree of medical care just wasn't the same, he could get away with more.
But eventually, Swango makes a mistake. After administering a lethal injection, he leaves behind a telling piece of evidence. Once again, it's the nurses who figure out what he's up to. But in Zimbabwe, unlike Ohio State, the nurses are taken seriously.
So obviously there was a different relationship between nurses and doctors in Zimbabwe than there was here.
Feeling the net closing in, Swango flees the country. After killing in the US and Zimbabwe, he has a new country in his sights.
Dr. Swango, after essentially being outed in Zimbabwe, he was on his way to the Royal Hospital in Saudi Arabia. He needed to come through the United States to get his visa and/or passport validated one last time.
Swango is forced to return to US soil, landing at Chicago O'Hare Airport. Still convinced of his own untouchability, Swango is traveling under his real name.
Swango doesn't possess the anxieties that most people do about worrying about the consequences of his behavior. It's a thrill-seeking exercise to use your own name and to try to get away with doing so.
But a customs agent simply didn't like the way he looked. And it was only then, in those days, that you could run a computer check and figure out, ooh, look at this, there's a warrant from the Eastern District. This guy's wanted on a federal warrant.
Swango is arrested at immigration.
I got a call from a FBI agent in Chicago. And basically, he called to say, we found Swango, we got him.
Even though they're convinced Swango has killed numerous times in America and Africa, the feds don't have the evidence to charge him with murder. But they know they can at least keep him off the streets on the mail fraud charge.
Swango had pled guilty to essentially a fraud charge. He was sentenced to 42 months for lying on his application to the VA about his conviction for poisoning the EMTs in Ohio.
Dr. Michael Swango is behind bars again. But with good behavior, he'll be out in a year. Investigators are in a race against time to make murder charges stick before he gets out. The district attorney painstakingly goes back through the case histories of Swango's patients who died unexpectedly.
We started with the files. We pulled every file on every patient that Swango had any contact with whatsoever. And we had a team of VA nurses who examined every one of those files and looked for odd things, unusual entries, handwritten DNR orders where Swango entered the do not resuscitate order himself. Things that didn't make sense from a forensic standpoint, from a medical standpoint. We also interviewed every person that was working at the VA hospital at the time that Swango was working. And we took their observations. And anytime we found an outlier, anytime we found something unusual, like unusual activity, unusual behavior, something, we used that to narrow down the pool of individuals who we would exhume and then test for toxicology purposes.
They exhumed 3 bodies, including that of George Ciano.
They were looking at each of these unexplained deaths at the hospital and seeing if they could find a common thread as to the cause of death and the access of Swango to those patients.
But at the end, we were able to zero in on 4 specific circumstances with 4 individuals who had been clearly poisoned. The most interesting aspect of the evidence about George Ciano's death was that Swango entered a do not resuscitate order. He himself hand-wrote onto the patient's chart a do not resuscitate order in anticipation of killing George Ciano.
They also find evidence to prove that Swango murdered Cynthia McGee.
And he killed an Olympic gymnast hopeful, Cynthia McGee, using an injection, and the records didn't reflect the necessity for such an injection.
In the course of the investigation, the FBI gets a warrant to search Swango's old apartment and belongings. They find Swango's diary, in which he rhapsodizes about the intoxicating smell of an indoor homicide.
And in that diary, he expressed for the first time ever that we know of his interest in killing people. He took quotes from books, from paperbacks, from magazines, explaining how much it made him feel alive to kill people. Finding that book in his handwriting made the case come together. We recognized that this was the key to showing the jury, this would be the piece of evidence that would show them why he did what he did. There's no legal requirement to prove motive. You never have to prove why somebody committed a crime if they committed the crime. But proving the why is often critical in convicting someone. And here, proving the why was such a difficult thing. And that diary made all the difference in being able to do that.
Swango's whole apartment is a shrine to murder, death, and suffering.
It's likely that a fascination with death was always part of Michael Swango's presentation. It's unusual to see psychopathy pop up in adulthood without some sort of indication of it in childhood and in adolescence. And from what we know about Swango, there were neighborhood pets that would go missing when he was around. Swango needed to keep a catalog detailing death and mayhem and murder because just like pornographic pictures, it represents something that, that excites him, that stimulates him.
The murder case against Swango is coming together, but time is running out.
We were definitely racing the clock. We knew Michael Swango was a very, very dangerous individual, and we knew that if he got released, it would happen again.
Just 1 week before Swango is due to be released, federal prosecutors decide they have enough evidence and charge him with 4 counts of murder for killing George Ciano, Cynthia McGee, Aldo Serini, and Baron Harris. Swango finally will have to answer for his crimes.
How do you plead? Guilty, Your Honor.
He pleads guilty to avoid the death penalty and is sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms.
I went to the courthouse for this trial. For some reason, I can kind of remember him grinning, but other than that, there was no emotion at all. He didn't care.
I sentence you to life imprisonment without parole. Bailiff?
As he has been convicted in a federal court, Swango is sent to the ADX Florence Supermax Federal Prison in Colorado, where he'll spend the rest of his life behind bars.
It is impossible to say at any given juncture how many people Dr. Swango killed. Estimates range from upwards of 60. What we do know is he killed people. He killed people everywhere he went. In 20 years of law enforcement work, it's the only time I really came across a mastermind criminal, somebody who was truly evil.
I think it's very possible that he is the most prolific serial killer of all time in this country.
He was offered treatment when he was first put in prison and refused treatment because, like every psychopath, he doesn't think anything's wrong with him. And that suggests that there's likely nothing that's going to change that in his life, and he's just going to remain that way.
He tried to poison people in prison. He tried to poison people in prison. He could make poison out of almost anything, and he liked to do it.
Michael Swango, one of the most prolific serial killers in U.S. history, thought he was untouchable. He was wrong. John Burge is a brave and decorated cop on the mean streets of Chicago.
Some people, I think, saw him as a great leader.
He closes more cases than any other officer, almost always with a confession.
If you got a confession, that meant conviction.
His incredible record gets him promoted to commander.
He got them arrests, he got them prosecutions.
So when allegations surface about exactly how he gets so many confessions,
He went and got a black box.
no one believes criminals on death row over a respected cop.
Nobody reacted because, as a culture, we do like tough cops.
But a tip-off from inside his own PD drops a shocking bombshell about a horrible secret Burge may be hiding.
He was the first to suggest that it was a systematic program of torture.
Is John Burge a tough master interrogator, or is he something more sinister?
I was willing to say anything, not to have to be repeated again with this kind of horror.
There are those in positions of power who do evil and who only think they are untouchable. Chicago PD patrolman John Burge is on his way to a call that will ignite a meteoric rise through the police ranks.
Baby, where are you? Baby.
A A 22-year-old woman is threatening to do something rash.
The woman is standing there with a gun at her throat, and she's threatening to kill herself.
Put the gun down! Back away! Put the gun!
Burge and his partner are first at the scene. And even though he's a rookie, he takes control of the situation.
Man, what's your name? What am I doing? Put your gun away! Put it away!
She's still got the gun at her throat. Burge becomes convinced that she's about to pull the trigger.
Just talk to us. Do you want to see it up close? Do you want to see it up close? I don't want you to do anything crazy. Please, man, put the gun down.
Burge realizes he must do something drastic to prevent a tragedy.
She pulls the trigger. His thumb gets caught in the firing mechanism and the gun doesn't go off. He saved her life.
John Burge, a model officer, is hailed as a hero. The incident brings him a Chicago PD commendation. Within 6 months, John Burge is promoted to detective. He is highly regarded by his superiors and admired by his fellow officers. His reputation is even known by lawyers and journalists.
John Burge was one of those police officers who got very involved. He would spend extremely long hours on the job, and he got a lot of cases cleared.
Some people, I think, saw him as a great leader. I liked John Burge.
You know, he was one of those guys that if you sat down at a bar, he would ask you to score the game. He's just that kind of guy. And what makes him charismatic, I think, is that he's like confident. He has a story to tell for everything.
Even while off duty, Burge is prepared to put his life on the line for justice.
One night, Burge was driving down the street off duty, and he sees 2 guys run into a 24-hour photo mat and then run out. And he thinks something's wrong here. So he follows the car up to a stoplight. And he's got no radio, so he can't radio for backup. He gets out of his car. He doesn't know how many weapons these guys have.
With no backup and no idea of the threat posed by the thieves, John Burge makes a bold move.
Let me see your hands! Put it down! Put it down! Put it down! Put your hands on the dash now! Get out of the car! Don't move! Put your hands on the dash!
And he arrested these guys without firing a shot. Burge's line was, "There's never a cop when you need one."
As the years go by, Burge earns 12 more commendations and a letter of praise from the U.S. Department of Justice. Chicago is the kind of town that has a long criminal past with deep roots in organized crime. Detective Burge's beat is Area 2, a rough and tough part of Chicago's notorious South Side.
Area 2 is the area where John Burge grew up and went to high school, and he was then patrolling the same streets, the same neighborhoods that he had grown up in. Back then, Chicago was a pretty violent place. South Side in particular, I mean, we had 1,000 murders in 1 year. There were large swaths of the South Side which were very poor and largely African American. And the detective division at Area 2 was white.
You better start talking. What do you want me to say? Am I kidding?
With crime and violence rampant on the streets, the cops feel the pressure to be as tough as the bad guys they're up against.
Set him on fire. It's about to get real.
I think that John Burge joined a police force that was given to brutality.
Burge and his fellow cops feel justified in roughing up suspects if it means they'll talk. It's all part of keeping Chicago safe. But there's a problem with this approach.
I dropped you a boy! I
They were closing cases. They weren't solving cases. They had someone in jail for the crime. Did the person commit the crime? Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Roughing up suspects closes cases, but it's not police procedure.
Chief wants to see you right away.
And it's against the law.
John Burge was considered a good cop, a model cop, in fact. So there's been an image formed in his mind of how good he is at what he does. That kind of evaluation allows him to blur that line from I'm doing a good thing to I'm going to do whatever it takes to make this happen. And once he crossed that line, it would have been very difficult to go back.
John Burge is called in to meet with his superior. He's convinced he's been accused of police brutality and that his career is on the line.
Detective Burge, I've got 2 reports here written by fellow officers about you.
But far from being reprimanded, Burge's superior praises him and tells him he's in line for a commendation for closing so many cases.
Congratulations, Burge. Thank you, sir. Keep up the good work. Thank you, sir. Okay.
I think that he was basically a good cop. I think that had somebody pulled him aside and said, listen, Burge, you do this again and you'll be guarding the parking lot at police headquarters, John Burge would have stopped immediately.
Burge had already made a decision about what was necessary to achieve results. And not having that behavior punished, but in fact rewarded, was sending Burge the message that it was okay to do what he was doing and to continue doing what he was doing. And when you reward behavior, you see more of that behavior.
John Burge has reached a critical turning point in his career, one that sends him further down a dark path that leads to justice unraveling. Young Chicago cop Detective John Burge is using brutal interrogation tactics to get confessions from suspects. His methods may draw complaints, but to Burge's superiors, his tactics are yielding results.
Right here. All you gotta do is start talking. We know you did.
As the weeks and months go by, Burge begins to get a reputation as someone who always gets his case closed, usually by a confession from a suspect in interrogation room 2.
The hallmark of a good homicide prosecution is a confession. It's almost bulletproof. And so at the time, if you got a confession, that meant conviction.
But the confessions are given under extreme duress, with Burge and his team beating it out of their suspects.
On the surface, I think it looked like the detectives at Area 2 were doing a very good job. Area 2 had a very high conviction rate. They were in the high 90s, and it was brutality against whites, blacks, Hispanics. It was across the board. I think nobody reacted because, as a culture, we do like tough cops. We like the guy who bends the rules. On TV, they always bend the rules in favor of what we perceive as justice. They get the bad guy by bending the rules. I think what happens is that a group starts to do it. And if you don't go along, you're not part of the group.
Burge still sees himself as a good cop who's just doing what's necessary to keep the streets safe. And the confessions come thick and fast, clearing unsolved cases off the books. The suspects may come out of the interrogation room looking more battered than when they went in. But all that matters is that Burge secured a confession.
Nobody was really looking to see whether that person actually committed the crime. With nobody in the Chicago Police Department doing anything about it was truly shocking.
As the years go by, the successful convictions keep rolling in. Almost always thanks to confessions, and John Burge's career takes off. Promotion follows promotion until he is made commander of the Area 2 Violent Crimes Unit. With over 40 detectives and officers under his command, John Burge is now one of Chicago PD's most senior cops. And it will not be long before all hell breaks loose on the new commander's watch.
February 9th, 1982, two men were driving on the south side.
Suspicious, patrolmen William Fahey and Richard O'Brien pull the car over. The men inside are brothers, Andrew and Jackie Wilson. But what the officers don't know is that they have just shot a security guard in a fast food restaurant.
One of the officers came up to search him. Andrew was on parole, so Andrew Wilson knew he was in trouble.
In the struggle, Andrew Wilson snatches Fahey's gun and shoots him dead. Wilson then fatally shoots O'Brien. The double shooting brings the number of cops killed in the line of duty to 4 in just 6 weeks. The police feel like they're under attack.
All right, everybody, listen up. Drop that, drop. You got 2 men down, Fahey and O'Brien. We're gonna find them.
Under intense pressure to apprehend the cop killers, Burge takes personal charge of the investigation. He drafts in every available cop to catch the shooters.
Find these guys.
John Burge was outraged that 2 officers had been shot dead in cold blood. The mayor, Jane Byrne, Irish-American, came on TV and offered a reward. The funerals for the 2 officers were massive and on the front page. And at the time, the Wilson brothers hadn't been caught. So you had this continuing manhunt going on the south side, and he directed the manhunt. He didn't go home.
When Fahey and O'Brien were killed, it was the massive manhunt. Pretty much any young black guy walking down the street or not walking down the street was grabbed and questioned.
We hear this a lot amongst police officers about Burge. You know, he's not someone who's a suit at a desk who is gonna just, monitor what everyone else is doing. He's someone who's gonna get out in the street, he's gonna do the investigation, he's gonna be involved in those interrogations.
Eventually, police get a tip telling them where one of the shooters is hiding out.
That's our boy. Go, go, go!
Burge led the charge. Highly unusual for the commander of the Violent Crimes Unit to do that.
Andrew Wilson. Hey, man. You're under arrest.
And he arrested Andrew Wilson without firing a shot. They brought Wilson back to the station, and here's where the bad things really started.
Andrew Wilson has just been arrested for killing 2 cops. Lieutenant John Burge is a specialist in extracting confessions, using violence if necessary.
Andrew Wilson knew he was in trouble. Wilson was brought into a room, he was kicked, he was punched, and this was before any interrogation started. John Burge was in Vietnam. He was stationed at a base called Dong Tam. I've interviewed people from that unit. They say that they participated in and watched the torture of suspects, and it was commonplace.
I think you're tough, huh?
Taking his violent methods to a new level of cruelty, Burge employs disturbing new techniques in his interrogations.
I think if there was a turning point for John Burge, it was probably torturing Andrew Wilson.
That's what I'm here for. We're just getting warmed up.
He's tortured with a hand-cranked electrical device.
Huh? This is how we do things around here.
If you're torturing someone, you attach alligator clips. You turn the crank, and the faster you turn it, the more electrical charge is generated. After a while, you could fake a crank, and the guy would go into convulsions. Wilson was handcuffed to a ring in the wall, and he was able to move his shoulders so that he was able to dislodge the alligator clips.
What are you doing, man?
So then they changed his position and put one hand, they handcuffed him to a radiator, and the other hand was handcuffed to the ring in the wall. And then they held him still. Well, in holding him still, they were forcing him up against a hot radiator.
Wilson receives shock upon shock from the box. His torture goes on for hours.
I think people thought there was some justification. Not that it was legal, but there was some moral justification because 2 police officers were killed. I think other officers probably thought he deserves whatever he gets, and that's not right, it's not lawful, but that may be an explanation.
At this point, Burge would have morally disengaged from his conduct. Labeling him a cop killer dehumanized him and made him an object and therefore much easier to treat in a particular way. But then sadistic tendencies would have come to the surface to permit, in his mind, the use of torture as a method of getting a confession from this person.
Wilson's torture is illegal, morally inexcusable, and one day it will come back to haunt Burge. John Burge has progressed from casual violence to systematic torture. But in his own mind, he's still one of the good guys.
I think that Andrew Wilson was a bad guy, and Burge got him to confess a very lengthy confession.
It's a confession that seals Wilson's fate.
How did it go?
Burge, already highly respected, is now the guy that puts cop killers behind bars. But maybe this time, he and his crew have gone too far.
Hey, who's this man? You see this?
Wilson is taken to Cook County Jail, but is so badly injured that he needs medical attention. The attending physician is Dr. John Reba.
So I examined Mr. Wilson with his permission. He had a bandage over his right eye. He had bumps and bruises over his both foreheads. He had a large lacerated bump on the left back of his head. He had linear blistering lesions, a couple of them that went across his right cheek that approached the right eye. I said, "What caused this?" And he said, "The police did it. They chained me to a radiator and pushed me against the radiator." And Andrew Wilson said that he didn't even feel the burns from the radiator because the pain in his head was so great from the electric shock. He also said that he had had electric shocks, and I saw some lacerations there that were very consistent with alligator clips used to apply electric shocks. And my entire career, even now spanning from back in 1980 to this day, I have never seen injuries like this, ever.
No need to worry.
It was hard for me to believe that policemen would have done this to someone.
Dr. Reba is so shocked that he writes to the Chicago PD.
This was highly unusual, and the injuries were so clearly not self-inflicted that it made it very easy for myself and others to say this was something done by the Chicago police, and that's why we reported it.
Wilson's injuries amount to a smoking gun for Burge. This time, instead of being accused by criminals, the accusations come from a respected doctor in the medical establishment.
So if a police officer uses excessive force in arresting someone, that could be a federal civil rights criminal case if it was intentionally done. And Burge's conduct and the people around him in extorting confessions through violence were probably federal civil rights cases.
It looks like the game is over, with Burge not only looking at losing his badge, but also serving hard time in a federal penitentiary. Amazingly, Dr. Raba's report falls on deaf ears. No one at the Chicago PD is interested in turning on one of their own, especially in a cop killer case.
We were believing that they would investigate it thoroughly, and so we didn't keep going after him. I think that if possibly the Chicago Police Department had investigated and found some credible evidence that torture was happening in one of their police lockups, it could have stopped the next 5 to 10 years of repeated incidences that plagued the city of Chicago for a long time. But nothing happened because of that letter. I never was called by the Office of the Investigative Branch of the Chicago Police Department. They never called me. They never interviewed me or any one of our staff. I had nothing. I think a year or 2 or 3 later, I got a little letter, I think after we may have asked for something, saying that we didn't investigate it because the public defender refused to allow Mr. Wilson to speak with us. And that's all we received.
I don't know if anyone investigated that, but the fact is everyone knew that his rates were phenomenal. The fact is they were getting results, and it sells to the media. You could go on the 10 o'clock news at night and say, this heinous crime was committed, but we caught those individuals, and now they are being punished.
The degree to which Burge would have used brutality would have primed him for additional acts. But because he wasn't suspended or removed from the force for that kind of behavior, it was almost a logical next step for him to increase the amount of force.
Escaping punishment, Burge and his officers step up their work, torturing suspects even when there's only the flimsiest of evidence. 31-year-old Darrell Cannon is picked up for questioning about a murder he didn't commit.
Back in the days, we knew nothing about police brutality. In all my interactions with the police throughout my lifetime, I had never experienced anything to this degree.
Confess! Confess!
They told me they wanted me to fill in the blanks. I refused to do so. I ain't got nothing to tell you. One detective came in, and he was carrying what was looked like a little pipe. And he said, now, you gonna tell us what we want to hear?
Oh boy, here we go. All right.
And that's when he stuck me with the electric caliper. The pain that I felt was something that I had never experienced before in my life. And he kept hitting me with that. It seemed like eternity being stuck with that caliper repeatedly.
Burge trained his officers, he picked his officers, and it was his crew that was perpetrating the abuse that was inflicted on these men.
The cops conduct a series of mock executions.
Come on!
It hit home to me that I could possibly die before the day is over with.
Confess!
You know, because these son of a guns are having too much fun. What they're doing to you, you know, the human body can only take so much, you know, and to this day, I still recount everything that they did to me.
Unable to take any more, Cannon confesses to a crime of which he is innocent.
I was willing to say anything, you know, to get away from them and not to have to be repeated again with this kind of horror.
In his mind, the people that he was arresting were being arrested because they're involved in something. May not be this crime, but there's the old saying in the police force, they're guilty of something.
Thanks to his false confession, Cannon will spend the next 24 years in jail for a crime he didn't commit. Feeling like heroes, John Burge and his crew continue to torture both the guilty and innocent with impunity. But something from Burge's past is about to return to haunt him. For years, rogue Chicago Police Lieutenant John Burge and his officers have been using torture to secure confessions and close cases. And while innocent people sit on death row, Burge, with a conviction rate of 90%, is the darling of the precinct. He seems to be untouchable until one of his victims decides to fight back. After killing 2 police officers, Andrew Wilson has been on death row for 7 years, but now he wants justice for his brutal interrogation. A prison doctor flagged concerns over his injuries at the time, but the complaint went nowhere. Wilson and his legal team sued John Burge and the Chicago PD for damages. Dale Coventry was Wilson's attorney.
Andrew Wilson had been tortured and had clear evidence of torture. And it was at the hands of John Burge and his associates.
The radiator where I was handcuffed.
It's clear that he was, injured. And when he gave what was called his confession, there wasn't the question, how have you been treated by the police, which was always included. And it's because of the atmosphere in Chicago that sided with the police and sided with the prosecution. There was a culture at the time in the prosecutor's office of winning. It was the only thing that was acceptable.
That's all I have to say, Your Honor. I would serve the Chicago Police Department.
It's the first time Burge has been called to account for his brutal interrogation methods. And it looks like the game could finally be up.
Wilson wanted the world to know that he'd been tortured. He was rattled by what they did to him, the indignation of it all, handcuffing him across a radiator and burning his chest and, humiliating him. He was willing to talk about it. He just thought it was wrong.
Despite Wilson's harrowing testimony, Burge denies any wrongdoing.
He denied in each and every instance any kind of physical abuse or torture.
He's even backed up by his fellow officers.
The police thought they were doing the right thing, and in a sense, they were being, let's say, tough. We're doing the right thing, but we're tough.
Burge's fate now lies in the hands of a jury. If found guilty, Burge will finally have to pay for his abuse of power. Incredibly, despite all the evidence pointing to torture, the jury elects to believe a cop over a cop killer. Wilson's lawsuit fails.
We knew we would lose because the jury obviously wasn't going to give a cop killer any money.
Vindicated by the courts, John Burge has never felt more secure. So he returns to doing what he knows best.
You want to sign? Ronald, we're not fooling around here, all right? You understand me? Huh? All right?
Ronald Kitchen was accused of the murder of the daughter of a Chicago police officer, another woman who was her friend, and 3 children who I believe were under the age of 7. A quintuple murder.
Hi, Ronald!
But like Daryl Cannon, Ronald Kitchen is also innocent.
Ronald Kitchen was arrested, and he was taken to then Area 3 Police Headquarters.
They took me into a room, handcuffed me to a hoop in the wall,
And from there, I was supposed to told somebody how I was involved in the murders. You know, still denied it. I don't know anything about this. I don't know what you're talking about.
He was then interrogated over the course of, I would say, 16 hours.
I was kicked, punched, kneed, slapped, hit with a blackjack. And like I say, I'm still telling him I don't know anything about this. I didn't do it. I don't know anything about it.
Stop. After a year of brutalizing suspects and becoming brutalized themselves, Burge's crew have gone totally bad. They've started to enjoy it.
I was gonna live with that situation. They probably kill me. You know, I don't know what kind of damage they done to me already because, like I say, I'm all over the place. And that's when I decide the only way I'm gonna get up out of this, I have to give them what they want.
You know what? Get this room in here.
When you torture somebody once and get away with it, you can torture anybody you want. And they tortured people, got them to confess to crimes they hadn't committed, and then they got sent to death row. That's attempted murder.
Said you would sign, Ronald.
At this point, it looks like he doesn't have a sense of remorse. So he doesn't feel guilt for what he's doing. He doesn't feel shame for what he's doing. So he's unlikely to stop because he doesn't consider any of this through a moral lens. There's no consideration of how his victims are feeling.
Anthony Wilson's civil action against Burge may have failed, but there's a surprising twist. The case prompts a lot of media attention. After the trial, one of Wilson's attorneys, Flint Taylor, gets a tip-off from a secret informant within the Chicago PD.
We started to get letters from an anonymous source. And it was a source that we dubbed Deep Badge, sort of in honor of Deep Throat in the Watergate. And he was clearly someone who worked with Burge. He was the first to suggest that it was a systematic program of torture, that it was a racist program of torture. He said that Burge was the kingpin of it, but he gave us names of others who worked with Burge. And he told us about some victims, and particularly he told us about a victim by the name of Melvin Jones.
Jones is serving a life sentence for murder at Cook County Jail. He tells Flint that he was tortured by Burge, and his story is horrifyingly familiar.
This room, interrogation room, and
Melvin Jones, it turns out, was tortured with electric shock, but with the same kind of devices that Andrew Wilson was tortured with 9 days before Andrew Wilson was tortured in 1982.
Was there anyone else in the room?
The time frame is significant. Jones was tortured with electric shocks before Andrew Wilson shot and killed officers Fahey and O'Brien. It means Burge's use of torture can no longer be excused in a potential juror's mind as an angry overreaction to dealing with a cop killer.
All of these things led us to, for the first time, really come to the realization that it was a pattern, that it had happened over years, that there were other victims out there. And so then we set out to try to find those victims.
Unbeknown to Burge, his untouchability is beginning to fade.
All of a sudden, we're starting to be able to show that this was systematic, that this went over years, that Burge had a whole cabal of officers that worked with him and for him that did this torture.
All right. Yeah, okay, so what exactly?
Victims start getting in touch with the group of investigating attorneys, a few at a time, then a flood. Their stories bear chilling similarities, and one revelation will be a complete bombshell.
He'd been doing this for almost 2 decades without anybody stopping him. And I think he thought he was untouchable.
Civil rights lawyer Flint Taylor has discovered that Lieutenant John Burge has been systematically torturing suspects to get false confessions. But now, Burge victim Melvin Jones has another shocking revelation. He was not the first.
In Melvin Jones's testimony, Burge had said, "We're going to torture you like we did Satan and Cochise," nicknames of other people that Burge had tortured. And we found out who Satan was. Satan was Anthony Holmes. He was, it turns out, the first person that was tortured by John Burge. So we found Anthony Holmes, and all of a sudden, we're starting putting things together.
Anthony Holmes was arrested by John Burge in 1973. Nearly 10 years before the torture of cop killer Andrew Wilson.
They got me in my house. They come there one morning about between 3 and 4 in the morning. They took me there too. He said, "You're gonna tell us what we want to know." He said, and he asked me a bunch of questions. I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." That's about some murders. I said, "Look, you done lost your mind." I said, "I ain't killed nobody." Then after that, he went and got a box. He take the wires, he put one on the ankle, because I got handcuffs on my ankles, and I got handcuffs behind my back. He put the other one behind my back. And he put it on the handcuffs, that's the only place he could have put it. He put a plastic bag over my head. Next thing I knew, he started shocking me. And he choked me again, till finally it got to the point where I passed out. I figured I was gonna die. Everything had just went blank. It was just clear. I was gone.
Anthony Holmes' testimony shows that Burge has been torturing suspects for nearly 20 years.
Brought me back, set me in the chair. He said, "Now you're gonna tell us what we want to know, and you're gonna just you know about this." I said, "I don't know about none of that, man. I said, if you want me to say I did it, I did it." But it got to the point where anything you want me to say, I'll say it. If you say I did it, I did. If you say the president did, he did it too. I don't care, because I ain't got to the point where I thought I was gonna die anyway.
Flint Taylor uncovers more and more cases. And like Holmes, Jones, and Cannon, almost all the victims are African American or Hispanic. Finally, he has enough to call Burge to account.
The evidence that started with Deep Badge was taken to the police department. And the weight of all the evidence we had of other cases of torture, along with Wilson's, and those folks took the case seriously.
Still convinced of his own untouchability, Burge denies the accusations. But the inquiry reveals something shocking. The city has known for years about Burge's regime of torture.
It was a report that found that there was systemic acts of torture committed by Burge, and chain of command was aware of it and that they condoned it. Now, this report was known within the city of Chicago, but it was never publicly released.
But it's a different story with the new inquiry.
And they found that Burge had tortured Andrew Wilson, and therefore they fired Burge in 1993.
In addition, 2 of his officers are suspended without pay, but that's as far as the punishment goes.
Burge was not, in fact, prosecuted for his actual crimes of torture because the statute of limitations had expired.
It looks like Burge has escaped justice yet again.
After Burge was fired, he moved to Florida.
He goes to Florida, takes his boat, the Vigilante, with him. He's down there living off of a police pension.
And lived there untouched by the law for many years.
To me, naming his boat Vigilante was his way of identifying his true persona to the world. And putting that out there suggests that he's okay with that label, and he's not shying away from that attitude.
Yet thanks to the dedication of journalists like John Conroy, And lawyers like Flint Taylor, more stories about Burge and his use of torture keep surfacing.
Today, we know of 112 individuals who allege that they were tortured by Burge and his men under Burge's supervision. We know now of 11 who went to death row.
Ronald Kitchen is only one of dozens of men behind bars because of confessions they signed to get out of Burge's torture chamber.
When I first got the death penalty, I was disoriented. I could still hear my mom crying and my sister crying when the judge handed the sentence down to me. And he said, "May God have mercy on your soul." But my thing was, if I'm innocent, I have to fight. I have to fight.
With so many cases now questionable, the governor of Illinois is no longer confident that anyone scheduled for execution was rightfully convicted.
Boys, you guys gotta check this out, man.
And that's why in 1998, our then Governor George Ryan issued a moratorium on the death penalty.
He did what he did in 2000. So it took like another 9 years for me to come out. I got out of actual innocence, not on a technicality. It was proven that I was innocent.
Governor Ryan also commutes 160 death sentences to life sentences, including that of cop killer Andrew Wilson. Burge's reputation and record are being demolished piece by piece. But still, living the good life in Florida and still protected by the statute of limitations, he couldn't care less. But prosecutor David Weissman is determined to bring Burge to justice and has an ace up his sleeve. Burge lied under oath in the civil action brought by Andrew Wilson, and that amounts to perjury.
So the question he answered, did you know of any torture, or did you know of any violation of people's civil rights? Those were the general questions. And he said no. Those answers were enough to come up with the perjury charge.
There's no statute of limitations for perjury.
Burge was prosecuted as a result of lies he told, where he denied that he and others engaged in acts of torture. And that enabled the US government to be able to come in over 30 years later and prosecute him for perjury and obstruction of justice.
In October 2008, John Burge is indicted for perjury and obstructing justice. Untouchable no more, he is found guilty and sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. Burge continues to maintain his innocence.
He is someone who has never showed an ounce of remorse for what he did. And to this day, I think, he will probably go to the last breath he takes on earth without fully making amends for what he's done.
I would see John Burge as fitting into the category of narcissist, someone who has no empathy for others. I suspect that he wouldn't have expressed the same tendencies in other jobs or in other roles in his life because the opportunity wouldn't have been there to exploit them.
John Burge was untouchable because he did what the people in power wanted. He got them numbers. He got them arrests. He got them prosecutions. He sent people to prison. He sent people to death row. And doing that, they didn't care what kind of tactics he used. And he was untouchable because what he was doing was countenanced and encouraged.
I don't have any hatred or animosity towards police in general. I'm often asked that question, do I hate all police? No, I do not. But in this case here, they robbed me of a good portion of my life. All the lives that this man has destroyed, ain't nothing fair and just about that, nothing. And so far as I'm concerned, I hope and pray that John Burge will have no peace whatsoever. None. Zero. That's how I feel. Ain't no feeling like this. It's just something that, it pours out. It make you cry sometime because it takes so long for somebody to come along and believe in what you're saying. And that's what count. Don't nothing else count. But the fact that somebody finally believes in what you're trying to tell them, what you've been trying to tell them for years. And the sad part is, they still don't want to do nothing for you, even though you're telling the truth. But you know what? I don't care about none of that. All I care about is the fact that somebody believes in me and somebody helping me.
On October 2nd, 2014, John Burge is released from prison, but not before the city of Chicago spends over $100 million on legal fees and compensation to Burge's victims. More suits are planned. Lieutenant John Burge cheated justice for 35 years, but ultimately, no one is untouchable. Drug lords are outwitting Chicago's finest, but there's one cop whose arrest record keeps on growing.
Chicago PD, freeze.
Joe Mijanowski. He was a very good cop. He could make good arrests.
The secret to Mijanowski's success is his contacts with street gangs.
He's developing informants who will work on his behalf, but bit by bit, he was creeping into the dark side.
Mi amigo.
Lured in by gangs, money, and a seductive partner in crime.
In our wildest dreams, we had no idea of what he was up to.
So he was leading a double life, both personally and professionally.
Fellow officers find it best not to challenge him.
And he went ballistic.
Even the FBI begin to wonder, is he a brilliant cop? Or is he a criminal hiding behind his badge? There are those in positions of power who do evil and who only think they are untouchable. Joseph Mijanowski is a veteran cop on the hard streets of Chicago. Since his rookie days, he's had a natural talent for the job. George Figueroa worked in the same unit.
He had all the attributes that would make a very good police officer. He was just born that way.
If anybody was ever made to be a cop, he was a guy who was made to be a cop. He's just this big, solid guy. He's like a rock.
Chicago Tribune journalist Todd Lighty knew Mijanowski and was aware of his uncanny ability for knowing when crimes were happening.
They were driving by this building, and Mijanowski noticed that a portal on top of the building that was closed all week all of a sudden was open.
We'll go up and take a look. You wait by the door, okay? Yeah.
Once up on the roof, Mijanowski's suspicions are confirmed. A burglar has forced open the hatch and is still inside.
So Mijanowski goes after the burglar, and the burglar runs out the door into the waiting arms of his partner.
Turn around!
Just by driving past that building all week long as part of their beat, he had noticed that one thing was out of place.
Mijanowski is not only a talented cop, he's well-liked.
He had the gift of gab. He made friends with everybody. Those of us who worked with him liked him.
At least we got the first one out of the way now. Yeah.
If he walked into the room, you knew he was there. I mean, he was a presence. In Chicago, it's all about the guns. Get the guns, get the guns, get the guns. And you talk to other police officers about Mijanowski, he had a nose for guns. And he would profile people, right? His profile was Mexican with a cowboy hat and a pickup truck, he's got a gun. Some white guy with a car seat in the back of his Nissan Altima, he's got a gun.
Pretty remarkable. You know, if there was one gun in a huge building, he's gonna find it. The same thing with narcotics.
Medjanowski's talents don't go unnoticed. He's promoted to the Chicago PD's elite gangs unit.
You know, gangs are like individual little mafias, and being active is something that's very important to them. They want to leave their mark here, leave their mark there. They want to make headlines. Drugs, murder, drive-by shootings. It was a constant thing.
Gangs are always a problem. Have been a problem in Chicago going all the way back to Al Capone, Dwight Eisenhower, who was a famous general. And that is a major route into the west side of Chicago, is a largely black neighborhood, largely controlled by black gangs. But the main customers are people from the suburbs, mainly white people, white kids coming in, who come in the Eisenhower, jump off, go into those communities, and get drugs. And that's the world in which police are trying to deal with, is, you got that major artery coming in, into here, that major supply line coming in here, and then you have within that, then you have the turf battles, and that's where you see the violence. And so they had a gang unit that was created just specifically to go after them, get the guns, get the gang members, break them up.
I mean, he just had that bulldog mentality, kind of like tunnel vision. This is the mission, this is what we're gonna do.
And he's like a hammerhead, boom, through that door, and he's in there.
Please, Chicago PD. Hands up, step away from the table.
Medjanowski, he'd like to just go in and blow them up and just go in and grab these people. We're the cops, and we're here. We own this street, you don't own this street.
Don't move.
Medjanowski's forceful tactics and bullish personality earn him the nickname Hammerin' Joe.
He got that nickname for any number of reasons. One is he's the first guy through the door. The other reason he may have gotten that name came from some of the gang members was because when you deal with highly violent people, sometimes the only thing they understand is a little bit of violence back.
Who are you working for? You know what? I'll be back.
He carried a bullwhip in his car, and he used this phrase, tune up. He's not saying go over the line and beat them into submission, but he says you need officers on the force who know how to tune people up.
Using violence to extract information from suspects isn't lawful. But in the rough, tough world of gang crime, it's seen as a necessary evil.
If somebody's not going to tell you what's going on and you know they did it, well, then it doesn't matter if you use a little means to get them to admit it.
Hey, pay attention.
Without question, Medjanowski believes his method is the answer to ensuring justice prevails on the streets.
Medjanowski would tell you, we're down in the neighborhood, we are in the trenches.
Who are you working for?
We don't go home to our houses in the suburbs. We live in the city. We work in the city. We are the backbone. It's us with our work in these gangs and our informants that the federal government relies upon us for that.
Medjanowski thinks it's okay to break the rules to achieve a good result, but he's got his own version of what a good result is. And so the means that he uses to get that good result are also defined by his own definition. And that feeds on itself, and he's able to use one good outcome as a justification for doing the next thing. And that's a slippery slope because it becomes intoxicating. Stepping across a threshold that once is crossed is not possible to return back from.
You guys got a lot of stuff here.
With every new bust, Medjanowski's reputation grows in the precinct and on the streets.
I think everybody looked up to him. His children, his wife, people in the police force.
Using roughhouse tactics against gangsters can get results. But Medjanowski's harsh methods aren't justified when dealing with innocent people who can call the aggressive cop's conduct into question.
It was about 10 o'clock in the morning, and I had come out of the church building and had encountered a homeless person and was actually in dialogue with that individual. when a squad car pulled up in front of the church and with two officers, one of which was Joseph Medianowski.
Morales was outside his church, and there was some drinking going on out there, not by Morales or anything like that. And Medianowski and his partner roll up to the scene and do what they call a field interview form. What's your name? Where are you from?
Hey, just back off and let us do our job, all right?
I asked the officer, I said, why are you treating this person this way?
Enough. Okay?
Why are you treating
On removing the bottle from the homeless person, tossed it near the entrance to a gateway in a door where children would be coming.
Officer, was that necessary?
Sorry, what?
Children, wait here. Officer, pick up the trash.
He grew extremely angry that I had made my comments, and his response was to launch himself at me and said, yes, I'm going to remove the trash. He grabbed me, he threw me to the ground.
Please, shut up, will you?
Kneeled on my back while I protested about his behavior.
Get out.
By using violence on an innocent bystander, Medianowski has crossed a line. But what he doesn't know is that this man of God has more than one friend in high places.
He was actually very close to Mayor Harold Washington, who was Chicago's first black mayor.
When the superintendent hears of the incident, Medianowski and his partner are called on the carpet.
Medianowski was brought up on internal charges.
Compelled to save himself,
Gentlemen, get over here.
Medianowski resorts to an unlawful ploy that will help him take down the man of God for good. Joe Medianowski is a rising star in the Chicago PD who uses his position of authority to push the boundaries.
I am going to take out the trash. Let's go.
But roughing up a neighborhood reverend could cost him his job.
Officer, please.
Shut up, will you?
Morales was a friend of the mayor's. He was actually very close to Mayor Harold Washington.
This is coming directly from the mayor, gentlemen.
Okay, well, I'm trying to explain it to you.
Faced with the accusation, Medianowski flatly denies it. He even blames Morales. It's a risky strategy. This is not a low-life gangbanger. This is a well-connected man of God.
Oh, come on, like seriously.
But Medianowski has an ace up his sleeve, his popularity among his fellow officers.
The police in Chicago tend to stick together very well, and this is a known fact historically. There were policemen lining up, stating that they were driving by. They happened to have been driving by and saw me fist fighting with a police officer.
Now, you guys know I always take care of you guys, and I'm gonna take care of you guys again.
So then it becomes the cop's word against the other guy's word. And almost always they're going to take the cop's word. It's cops investigating cops.
You guys are my best officers out there. Come on. All right?
Backed by his co-workers who go out on a limb to cover his back, Medianowski goes on the offensive and claims to be outraged by the situation.
Morales was close to the mayor, right? And they came after him, and Medianowski won.
On a roll, Medianowski goes even further. He demands compensation for Morales' accusations and the subsequent departmental investigations.
They filed a suit against the city of Chicago.
The city wound up paying him and his partner John Galligan money, and they won, I think, $80,000. And so Medianowski gets the sense, hey, maybe I am a little invincible.
Up to this point, Medianowski was able to break rules as he saw fit. But the incident with Morales really drove home the point to him that he can set the rules instead of just breaking them. He doesn't have to pay the price for what he's clearly done that's been wrong. And that, to him, is as good as permission to have done the act in the first place.
He never presented himself to be anything other than a terrific police officer. That's who we all knew him as. And he had a terrific network of informants.
District Attorney Victoria Peters knows the advantage of having good informants.
Police can't go out and recover drugs unless there's an informant telling them where the drugs are.
His big claim to fame was, I don't need a search warrant. I have a herd of informants who tell me what's going on. I use them to get in there. I use them to find where the gun is. I use them to find where the drugs are. And that worked for him.
Freeze, please.
It's against procedure, but it works.
All right, made our job easy today. Come on, get up.
In a situation like Joe Majanowski, it does start with something small, bit by bit, creeping into the dark side.
Majanowski starts stealing on drug raids. Usually the way they do it, a cop goes in and you go in on a raid or something, you'll seize drugs and money and you won't inventory it all, right? There's 2 kilos, you'll take 1, or you just take the money. People in position of power have done that for years. What Majanowski did, he took it to an art form.
Majanowski still thinks he's a good cop, keeping bad guys off the street. So what if there's a little bit of gravy on the side for him, too? Soon his talent for locating drugs and guns gets him and his partner promoted to Chicago's Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
So what do you want?
Everyone in our unit was assigned to at least one gang, and it was your job to know that gang, the members, their families, where they live, their girlfriends, their kids.
Majanowski and his partner are assigned to investigate a gang called the Latin Lovers, operating out of Chicago's North Side.
I work the streets. I ain't dumb. Still wasting my time.
Joe, I think, took advantage of that. And I think perhaps his ego took over.
It's your lucky day, babyface.
Is it now?
Nelson Babyface Padilla is a leading member of the Latin Lovers. He's serving a 12-year sentence for possession and trafficking.
I'm gonna get out of jail free card.
Majanowski knows Padilla from the streets and wants him to be his way into the Latin Lovers gang. In return, he can get Padilla out of jail. He just has to get the drug and gun runner to cooperate.
It's a simple concept. It's either yes or no.
Majanowski went in, talked to the officer who was involved, and said, hey, if Padilla gets you another gun, will you let him go? Because, it's all about getting guns. And they get you a gun. That's part of the trade. It becomes a normal way of doing business. So Padilla is now beholden to Majanowski. Majanowski is somebody who's taken an interest in his life, and Majanowski is somebody who got his butt out of jail.
Mi amigo.
Majanowski explains to Padilla that, I am your cloak, I am your armor, I can protect you, I have your best interests in place. Padilla said Majanowski's better than any lawyer because Majanowski can perform miracles.
Over time, Majanowski's relationship with Padilla becomes closer.
Joe Majanowski was not the first police officer to get too close to his informants. A lot of police officers are drawn to excitement. They're type A people. And so they see the lifestyle that a drug dealer has as something that could be appealing because there's a lot of action and a lot of activity.
Majanowski is beginning to be seduced by the underworld with its never-ending supply of drugs, money, and excitement. But there are benefits for his police work, too, with Padilla providing information and, on one occasion, even selling out a fellow gang member's mother.
I came from work, and when I got home, I came up the stairs, and it was very strange to me that I saw these gentlemen, and I had to go right between them. I went to open the door, and police said, Evelyn?
Yes?
And it was like my entire world just fell apart.
Evelyn Miranda has been working with the gangs, delivering and stashing their cocaine and cash.
Who are you?
We're the police.
He knew that drugs had came in the day before.
Waitress, eh? Comfort, she's under arrest.
While his partner is busy with Miranda, Medjanowski steals half the cocaine and all of the cash. He reports Miranda as having only 1 kilo of cocaine. He pockets the other. Attorney Barry Spector is hired to represent Miranda.
Evelyn could have worked out a deal very early on in this case and probably could have ended up with a sentence lower than what she ended up serving if she would have admitted that she had only 1 kilo of cocaine. She wouldn't do it. I've had plenty of clients come in and tell me that the police had put drugs on them, but I'd never had a client come in and say, I had more than what the police charged me with. And I've sat across the desk from clients for a long time, and I try to assess whether they're being honest with me or not, just so that I know what to do. I'm here to help you. You've got to tell me the truth. And what she was telling me, I figured had to be true because she was putting herself in a worse position than the police had put her in.
Not having a good day, are we? 1 kilo?
What did you do with the other one?
I see 1. But
There were 2 kilos.
There's 1.
There were 2.
The ironic thing about this is this is going to trial. Evelyn Miranda is fighting this. She tells the judge, Your Honor, not only am I guilty of this 1 kilo, I'm twice as guilty. I had 2, the cops stole it.
It was just something that shocked every single one of us. There's not a chance that Joe's corrupt. Just isn't a chance.
Who's going to believe that, somebody like Joe Medjanowski, highly decorated cop, stole this drug courier's cocaine?
Despite challenging Medjanowski's corrupt activities, Evelyn Miranda is sentenced to 24 years in prison for the possession of just 1 kilo of cocaine.
Oh, stop crying.
He went along probably thinking, wow, this is great. I didn't get caught with this. This is pretty cool.
Sign at the X.
That probably gave him a sense of being in control and being very powerful.
Joe Medjanowski, once an honorable cop, is sinking fast into the criminal underworld by stealing drugs and guns from the criminals he arrests. Now it's a question of just how far over the line he's prepared to go.
Comfort, she's under arrest.
Chicago police detective Joe Medjanowski has been stealing drugs and money from the suspects he arrests. Now working with an illegal street gang, he comes up with a scheme to turn drug shakedowns into a fine art.
It's all about the level at which he did it. He just didn't go in on raids and take. People were set up to lose their drugs.
Medjanowski calls it a gizzo.
The gizzo was Medjanowski's term for a robbery.
Medjanowski has Padilla sell 10 kilos of cocaine, with only 1 kilo being real.
What they would do is they would sell cocaine to somebody, and Padilla would get paid. And then Medjanowski and his partner would pull over the guys who just left with the cocaine.
Freeze! Put your hands up!
What the man? What is this?
Freeze, gentlemen.
Medjanowski makes it look like everybody is under arrest, even Padilla.
And then Medjanowski sees their cocaine.
Boys are in a lot of trouble.
The buyers are carted off. Padilla is released and the drugs are given back to him to resell. Medjanowski walks away with the money. Medjanowski pulls off dozens of robberies, netting hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Whatever caused him to turn to the dark side was now more important than the police department, was more important than his job. But he used the job to further whatever it is that he was doing in his criminal life.
After 15 years of being a police officer, and with the best arrest record in the department, no one suspects Medjanowski is playing both sides.
He's such a confident cocky guy, that he is so believable. That's what kept people like Joe Mijanowski to go untouched.
Mijanowski knows no fear. He knows no boundaries. And his next move is almost unthinkable.
He takes over the gang. And it's an interesting sort of dynamic because he knew these gangs, he was around them, they were part of his life, he was around them for hours every day. And they would get him intelligence, right? Mainly intelligence on other gangs, where to find drugs, where to get guns. And they looked up to him. He wasn't a good cop and then suddenly a bad cop. It was a slide into that dark world of gang and drug dealing. He was now one of them. He had made the transformation into that world. And until you start moving the drugs, moving the money, counting the money, living that lifestyle, yeah, he may have gotten a hold of him. He may have liked that, the energy from that.
The status and money he has from running the Latin Lovers only makes Mijanowski greedy for more. He sets his sights on taking over a second outfit, the Imperial Gangsters.
Something to see here, Captain.
And their leader is Juan Martir, also known as Casper.
Juan was a very high-ranking member of one of the Hispanic gangs.
He was a career criminal. He's really your stereotypical gang member. He's been a gang member since he was a teenager.
Martir's a drug lord, responsible for supplying the Imperial Gangsters with the drugs they sell.
What do you want, Joe?
Mijanowski wants to use the guise of recruiting Martir as an informant. He starts out by promising a lesser sentence and other perks to gain his trust.
How long has it been since you've seen your old lady?
To show Martir he means business, Mijanowski offers to organize an intimate visit between Martir and his girlfriend.
Excellent.
That sort of thing is how Mijanowski could gain the trust of these people he dealt with. I mean, who can come in and get you out of prison to go have sex? Joe Mijanowski.
But Mijanowski's true agenda is put into play the week after Martir gets out of jail.
Hey, down here.
Mijanowski starts working him just like he works Nelson Padilla.
After Juan Martir got out of federal custody, that's when Joe and he established a relationship whereby Joe would protect Juan Martir's drug dealing.
He was protecting Juan Martir's drug house, and that was somewhere around $5,000 a month.
Hey, man, there he is.
And I must say, having a gun and a badge in your corner is pretty good.
He's going to tell you when there's a search warrant written on your house. He's going to tell you the ins and outs of how to get away with stuff. That's a big deal. In our wildest dreams, we had no idea of what he was up to.
He's cool. I checked him out thoroughly.
Under the guise of enforcing the law, Mijanowski's social circle expands to include gangs and drug traffickers.
You know, I know how gangbangers think, and if they can come across a guy, and in this case, especially a police officer, who could help them improve narcotic sales, they're gonna latch into a guy like that.
That's a pretty valuable thing to have, a police officer in your pocket. Now, Mijanowski, I'm sure, didn't see it that way. I mean, he saw his role as so more global.
Joe, he's very charming and gregarious, but he's also very frightening. He's very scary. So I think that he could draw people in with his charm, and then through the use of his powerful personality, keep them where he wanted them to be. That's the sort of thing that made him confident that he could keep going down this path.
Somebody who's a cop knows the difference between right and wrong. But once he got that foot into the criminal world, he would see it as a necessity to continue the things that he had started. At this point, he is the narcissistic personality that he's always been. He's just expressing it more truthfully to some degree than he ever has been able to.
And he's not about to let anything stand in his way. Medjanowski is now so confident that he gets careless and makes a big mistake on a drug bust with his new partner.
She was an ATF agent who was working on the same task force as Joe Medjanowski.
She was a supervisor of a unit, and her unit was working with Medjanowski and other Chicago police officers to go after guns and drugs in Chicago.
But the agent notices something disturbing.
She observed Joe taking money and taking drugs that was then not inventoried. That concerned her greatly.
Got some drugs.
The agent catches Medjanowski stealing red-handed.
All you got?
She confronted him. She was one of the first people to do that in law enforcement, and he went ballistic.
Medjanowski fears his double life could be exposed. The agent goes straight to the police chief, determined to get Medjanowski fired.
There's people who are put in circumstances they don't want to be in, but there are people who are just, can be evil, can be bad people.
With his expanding drug operation threatened, Medjanowski risks everything, deciding the best form of defense is attack.
What are you thinking about?
He was somebody who could be very violent.
You're threatening me?
I know exactly where you live. I know where your kids sleep. I know where your kids go to school. I swear, if you don't retract this...
She felt her life was in danger, the life of her children were in danger, because she lived in suburban Chicago, and he knew where she lived, and I believe he threatened to shoot into her house. I mean, she and her family, her kids, slept in an interior room. She feared what Medjanowski had said.
With his job on the line, Medjanowski's willing to do anything to protect his double life from being exposed, even if it means taking out a fellow officer and her kids. It's 1992, and the net is closing in on 39-year-old Detective Joseph Medjanowski.
He had an ATF agent accuse him of planting drugs and stealing on a raid.
As a result of that, Joe retaliated against her.
But when the accusations are investigated,
well, sometimes the feds and the local police don't get along. So the Chicago police would not cooperate with the ATF, and the ATF would not cooperate with Chicago police. So that went nowhere.
aside from the agent's complaint, Medjanowski's record is spotless. Even the death threats are treated as out of character and blamed on the stress and anger of being accused.
They look at that case in isolation. What they didn't do was they didn't look back to see if he had other allegations, similar allegations of brutality.
Other cops won't back the agent up.
Within that institution is this blue line, and you don't cross that blue line. You don't rat out a partner. You don't rat out another cop. You are not a snitch.
It's her word against his. Thanks to the isolated charges of bullying and theft, both the ATF and the Chicago PD investigations rapidly grind to a halt.
If you're going to investigate a public official, such as a cop, you better have your ducks lined up. And so that's how this can get away.
The complaint against Medjanowski is shelved, much to the astonishment of the agent. Not only has she been ignored by her superiors, she still fears for the safety of her family.
To this day, this affects her life. To have another person in law enforcement threaten to kill her and her family. They moved out of that house.
He literally and figuratively feels like he's going to be exposed. And in order to combat that, he took it to the highest level he could think of, which was threatening the lives of this agent and her children. It tells us that he's really terrified of being found out by others and having to admit to himself that he is who he really is. And when fear drives behavior, it becomes the most dangerous behavior.
To avoid further confrontations, Medjanowski and his partner are sent back to the Chicago Police Department. Medjanowski has already threatened one fellow officer. But is he prepared to put his whole department at risk?
He would go to work every day and be a hard-charging gang crimes officer. But he would arrange drug deals and give drug dealers, his associates, information regarding when undercover police officers were in their neighborhoods.
Medjanowski was calling these people and tipping them off as to who the buy officers were and what they were driving. So these guys knew before we got there that we were out there with buy officers trying to buy drugs from them.
Yeah, I figured them boys were out buying.
Whenever you provide information like that to a drug dealer, you're putting the undercover police officers at risk.
Undercover work is the most dangerous work in law enforcement because you're essentially there on your own. Really, the thought of someone betraying us never occurred to us, and especially one of our own.
But in an extraordinary move, he finally chooses sides once and for all, abandoning his brothers in blue and showing loyalty only to the bad guys.
He'd bring these guys into the building for interviews, but essentially what he was doing was pointing out undercover police officers, so that now, when this drug dealer goes back out on the street, he can come off a porch and say, "Don't sell to that guy." I think that's how Joe convinced some of these gang members that they could trust him.
They socialized. He took a trip down to Mexico with one of the gang members. He even took his young child on a fishing trip with another gang member and that gang member's child.
Still known at the precinct as Hammerin' Joe, Medjanowski has earned a new nickname on the street. Now he's known to his drug associates as Teflon Joe.
He can offer you protection, keep your ass out of jail, or stick you up and take your drugs from you with impunity. You know, it's quite a bit of power.
While Medjanowski is making big moves on the drug front, he still has to keep up the facade of an honest cop.
Even when he was crooked, he could do good police business.
Joe was a young police officer out there busting gang members, and he was very good at it. He was very convincing.
In fact, Medjanowski's so convincing that he pulls off one of the department's most spectacular arrests.
He helped track down one of America's most wanted, a guy who was wanted for murder. But part of the way he had done that was somebody who worked in his drug gang had tipped him off to it. But people did not know that.
Please, freeze!
So he was getting the accolades of, you know, hey, he helped catch this killer.
Don't think about it.
He could make good arrests. What the question became was, how much of that came from the people he was now doing drugs with?
To his co-workers, Joseph Medjanowski appears to be an outstanding police officer, dedicated to upholding the law. But the reality is dangerously different. He's a kingpin in the very scene he was hired to police. He's got the money, the excitement, and an army of dealers under his thumb. There's only one thing missing from his gang leader identity, a mistress to share it with.
She was one of several couriers who took money down to Miami and brought cocaine back to Chicago.
She flew so much between those two cities, she was dubbed the frequent flyer. That was her title within the organization.
She's an attractive woman. She's 10 or so years younger than Joe. I think he got a sense of importance and excitement.
Narcissists believe that they deserve certain things, that they deserve anything that they want, really. And an extramarital affair is no different than anything else. And because of that, he's lost focus. He's taken his eye off of the things that actually could get him in trouble and become quite vulnerable to other influences because of that.
Eager to impress, Medjanowski lies about his marital status.
And what Joe was telling her was, he left his wife, Nancy, and all he ever would talk about was his son and his daughter. And she just fell in love with this guy. What a great father. His marriage is crumbling, and he's taking care of the kids. And Medjanowski sat her up, within 2 blocks of his own home.
I think that his relationship required him to have more money because he supported her financially, spent a lot of money on her. She had expensive tastes, and it's at that point when he started needing money.
And Medjanowski knows just where to get it. Sinking deeper into the criminal world, he starts to execute bigger, riskier drug deals.
Medjanowski brokered the selling of cocaine from Martyr to another gang leader.
But along with having more money to support and spend on his mistress comes responsibilities that force Medjanowski even deeper into the bowels of the drug trade.
Joe would come over to the house where all this drug activity was going on and just be very comfortable with all the drug dealers who were there.
There was a point at which Padilla said he became shocked, where Medjanowski crossed over. That was a slide he'd never seen with police officers. I think he felt he was in control, but what he didn't realize was, or he forgot, he's dealing with criminals.
He said, I'm getting away with this. Nobody's caught me. I'm making money. I've got this young girlfriend. Life is good.
Medjanowski has thrown a curveball. His top drug supplier and main source of revenue, Juan Casper Martyr, decides to branch out on his own in Florida.
Martyr left Chicago because there was some heat. Members of his gang didn't feel he's sharing all the proceeds from his drug selling, so he goes to Miami and sets up operations. So he's sending cocaine back to Chicago. And so when Martyr then moves to Miami, Medjanowski takes over the gang.
Joe Medjanowski is running the Imperial Gangsters, the Latin Lovers, and is now the main dealer to a third gang, the Maniac Latin Disciples, all while still pretending to be a good cop.
And while Martyr's in Miami, he gets caught. He is arrested and he's locked up.
Martyr is arrested for possession with the intent to deal. He is looking at 25 years to life.
So what's he do? He calls his, hopefully, get-out-of-jail-free card.
It's a call that will set in motion a chain of events that will be Medjanowski's downfall.
Medjanowski.
Hey, man, I need your help. I got busted here.
Where?
There's a sign on every Bureau of Prisons phone that says your calls are subject to being monitored.
I don't know what happened, man. Just see what you can do.
It was a very delicate dance that they were doing. Joe was trying to make it sound as if Juan Martyr was a legitimate informant of his.
Just lay low and relax, okay?
And him and Medjanowski have a series of conversations. The prison officials are listening in on this, and then that is somehow relayed to the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and then they begin an investigation.
He was a very bright guy. He was very intelligent, and I think perhaps his ego took over. You know, if you think you're smart and you know all the ins and outs and tricks, there's other cops who are smart and can figure it out.
He continues to talk to Juan Martyr, but we're also taping them on Joe's home telephone.
Joe, I really need your help, man.
Juan Martyr told him he was meeting with the U.S. Attorney's Office and they're going to want names. Juan Martyr was a wild card. You know, as close you get to these informants, you have to remember they're still a criminal. He knew that Juan Martyr knew how to work himself a deal, and I'm sure he knew that Juan Martyr knew that a really big fish for the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI in Miami or anywhere would be a Chicago police officer.
We're on.
Medjanowski is trying to tell him how he can help him. How haven't I always helped you out? Haven't I always got you out of the situation? Promises he can get a lawyer. Just wants to make sure Martyr's not going to talk about the Chicago operations. And the feds are listening in and are taking all this down.
I think we got him.
Corrupt detective Joe Medjanowski has been operating on both sides of the law. Prosecutors are using wiretaps to build a case against him and his criminal empire. But a simple mistake throws the whole investigation into jeopardy.
After the wire had been up for about 3 months, an operator from the phone company called and left a voicemail message at Joe's office. But what he learned was that the operator mistakenly was calling the target of a wiretap instead of the law enforcement agency that was conducting the wiretap.
Now, most people would have crapped in their pants. Not Mijanowski. Cool, calm, said, this was ordered by me. She said, yes. And I said, well, it's cool. I'll take care of it.
Knowing he's the target of a federal investigation, Mijanowski goes into damage control mode.
He started making phone calls telling some of his associates to get rid of evidence and that sort of thing.
20 minutes.
Tells one of his gang members, hey, you know that .40 caliber handgun I gave you as a Christmas gift? Get rid of that and let's meet. But again, the feds are listening in. They're trying to move as fast as they can before they grab Mijanowski. So the feds then go out and start grabbing people in Mijanowski's organization.
The FBI arrests 23 of Mijanowski's drug cohorts. Almost every one of them turns on the corrupt cop when offered a lesser sentence. As Mijanowski tries to hide the evidence, the FBI prepares to serve him with some long overdue justice.
Joe came into the office, and a few minutes later, the FBI is already in the building.
That's not a problem. Sure. You're right there.
Mijanowski's supervisor had called him in, and I believe Mijanowski had no idea what was about to happen.
Joe Mijanowski, once a hard-working, dedicated police officer, has risen through the ranks while playing both sides of the law. But finally, his double life is about to catch up with him.
When he walked into that room, I think his supervisor was there, a couple FBI agents were there, and they took him into custody at that point.
You're under arrest.
And I think at that point he knew his world had ended.
Please do not touch your gun. Hands on your head.
The gig was up.
It was almost a surreal setting. On the day that he was arrested, we were still standing behind him. I said, no, it's got to be some kind of mistake. We all trusted him. It was someone you lived and died with every day.
Narcissists need to maintain that sense of self-importance. And he wouldn't be surprised that he was caught necessarily, but he would still need to build up a story in his own mind to justify how the people who turned on him were wrong, how they were weak, how they were manipulated to make him look bad versus taking responsibility for his own behavior.
Mijanowski's trial lasts 2 months. Through 250 taped phone calls, the shocking truth is unveiled. Mijanowski is considered the most corrupt cop in Chicago's history.
He was not somebody who was simply protecting criminals. He had become a criminal.
He betrayed the very community he was supposed to protect and serve. Can you trust the police? And when people like Joe Mijanowski are allowed to fester out there, that's a tough question to answer. You can't trust them all.
This job can easily burn you out. I get that part. But to deliberately be disloyal to you to a point where your safety doesn't matter, that's just the unpardonable sin.
In April 2001, Mijanowski is sentenced to life in prison for operating a drug ring that stretched from Miami to Chicago for over a decade, and for being the leader of 4 different Chicago gangs. He is denied any chance of parole, proving that
Put your weapons down and step away from the vehicle.
Michael Corbett is a brave cop who loves the thrill of the bust.
Good guy to have in a fight with you.
Oh! He quickly rises to become the chief of police of a Chicago suburb.
Mike Corbett ran the department with an iron fist.
But with a police department believing itself above the law.
Take your cut. That's what Chicago's always been about.
And a town in the grip of powerful mobsters, Corbett is surrounded by the temptations of corruption.
It was the wild, wild west.
Extortion scams, violent crimes, and extramarital affairs that end with deadly consequences could just be routine mob activity.
People were reluctant to talk to the FBI.
Or is there a deeper, darker secret? Has one of Chicago's finest become corrupted by his own power? There are those in positions of power who do evil and who only think they are untouchable. In the southwest suburbs of Chicago, Summit, Illinois is the beat of patrolman Michael Corbett.
10-4 dispatch, I'm on my way.
Young and eager, Corbett is always on the lookout for action. Former Sergeant John Reed knew him well.
I worked with Mike for a while. He was raw-boned, bit of a braggart. Good guy to have in a fight with you.
He's a brave cop who's not afraid to risk his life in the line of duty.
When Corbett was a kid, he always wanted to be a cowboy. He wanted to be a hero.
Put your weapons down and step away from the vehicle.
You put your weapon down!
Corbett developed this reputation of being really a tough guy.
He had a weapon that he carved notches on of people he shot. He was a shooter.
Put down your weapon!
Hands up!
Somebody you wanted at your back. Kind of courageous man who can really take care of a problem.
He had a reputation of shooting first and asking questions later.
You're a wild man, but you're gonna be great for the force.
Corbett's boldness makes him a popular and successful cop. In just a few years, he lands a string of spectacular busts, earning him several commendations.
Mike, he had good instincts. He knew when someone was BSing him.
He was kind of charismatic and flamboyant.
He was a type A personality. He was likable. People respected him.
I think he enjoyed the reputation of being a tough guy.
Michael Corbett is far from an average cop and hasn't been since the moment he donned a uniform. In 1963, Corbett leaves high school and makes his family proud by choosing a career in law enforcement.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'm your new partner, Corbett. Nice to meet you, man.
His father loved to see him in that police uniform. Ever since he was a kid, wanting to be heroic. And he was obviously a smart guy.
His beat is the small town of Willow Springs, Illinois, just 20 miles southwest of Chicago. Roger Griggs is a former FBI special agent who worked cases in the area.
Willow Springs was one of those towns that was always known to be a very corrupt place. Everything from drinking to drugs to prostitution to gambling.
There was a lot of mischief going on in town, gambling and jiggle joints.
Home to just 2,500 residents, Willow Springs boasts 40 taverns, 10 strip clubs, 5 brothels, 3 casinos, and numerous illegal gambling joints. And it's all run by the mob.
The mob, from the start, had several outposts in these small towns and suburbs on the outskirts of Chicago, and no one's watching them there. The FBI and the Chicago Police Department aren't really paying attention to these little towns, and the towns are easily corruptible.
The mobsters had a big say in who got the positions there, who was in office there, what contracts were. And of course, once you have some influence in high places, you could arrange things to occur in that jurisdiction so that you could be protected.
Nothing happens in Willow Springs without the approval of the Chicago Mafia. The mob even have officers from the Willow Springs Police Department working for them, as Corbett learns on his very first patrol.
The department was notorious for getting drivers going through town, and then they would arrest them or give them a ticket.
They pull over 6 or 7 cars, and his partner goes to take care of it, and ends up not ever writing a ticket. Corbett is baffled by this. Finally he says, okay, what's the deal? And his partner hands him money.
It's your cut. It's Corbett's first taste of police corruption.
I don't think someone wakes up in the morning and says, gee, I'm going to be a corrupt cop. I don't think that happens that way.
Lured by the promise of easy money, it's not long before Corbett tries it for himself.
You never forget that first time. And that's the thrill that hooks you. It's like an addict.
Thank you, sir. You have yourself a good day.
You too.
And that's what kind of hooked him.
We make our choices in life. Those choices determine who we are.
All the money Corbett extorts goes to the chief of police.
How much is in here? 7,000.
The young and impressionable Corbett goes along with the extortion scheme. In return, he gets a small cut of the take and, shockingly, the rest goes to the mafia.
Take your cut. That's what Chicago's always been about. That's what makes the mob go. That's what makes it run. To have people kind of greasing the wheels for all of their schemes to occur. That's just the way that the machine works.
The fact that Michael Corbett became a police officer would make sense to him as far as having rules there that other people have to follow, but that he does not have to follow. Michael Corbett likely had personality traits pre-existing that were priming him to become somebody who was very comfortable breaking laws and taking advantage of others.
To the rookie cop, payoffs are simply the price of doing business in a corrupt town. Corbett seems to be taking the first steps towards a darker and more dangerous world.
He starts to think, wow, there are all kinds of ways I can make money.
Corbett starts extorting protection money from illegal gambling joints.
Corbett grew up with very strict parents who gave him beatings and whippings. He was bullied as a kid.
But when a gambling den owner refuses to pay up, it's Corbett who's become the bully.
Go ahead, long enough. It's time to pay. Ow!
This was a guy who had
got one more week.
The appropriate amount of anger and violence, greed, all of those kinds of ingredients. Just the right package of sins.
Patrolman Michael Corbett is beginning to make a name for himself with the mafia. It's a turning point that will entangle him further in a deadly criminal underworld. Police officer Michael Corbett has taken his first steps into the dangerous criminal underworld in the suburbs of Chicago.
Corruption is so endemic in Chicago, Illinois, Cook County, everywhere you go. Who do you know? Who do you pay off? That's how you get something in the state. That's the way it's always worked.
Looking for better opportunities for his scams and kickbacks, Corbett transfers to the larger town of Summit, Illinois. His dreams of easy money are almost immediately realized when he meets local attorney Alan Masters.
How can I help you? There's a little business proposition I have for you.
Alan Masters is a fixer. If you went to Alan Masters with a DUI, burglary, or that sort of thing, Alan Masters had connections to various Cook County judges. He could get the case fixed.
Alan's friends and relations especially know the deal. Randall Turner was the brother of Masters' wife.
He said, hey, if you ever get caught speeding, down in the southwest suburbs here, he says, just mention my name. Here, take my car, just mention my name, and it'll be taken care of.
He took care of everybody. Took care of the judge, the state's attorney, the police, and some of this stuff goes away.
Masters' proposal to Summit PD's newest officer is simple. For every offender Corbett refers to Masters, Corbett will get 1/3 of Masters' fee.
You know how fast you're going there, buddy?
He would try to steer them to Alan Masters to be the defense attorney, and then Alan Masters would work with the judge if he could to get the guy off and split monies with Corbett.
But if,
This escalation of criminality means Corbett no longer needs to solicit bribes himself to make money.
see if people go.
1/3 of a lawyer's fee is far more lucrative than a desperate motorist's spare change. Thanks to this kickback, Corbett makes thousands of dollars a month, so much that he regularly forgets to cash his paycheck. Corbett starts to enjoy the benefits his illegal income can provide: flashy cars and nights at casinos. He also embarks on a string of extramarital affairs.
He had several girlfriends.
But Corbett is jealous and often violent.
One of his girlfriends wore a beehive hairdo and shot right through her beehive hairdo.
Michael Corbett has lived most of his life not having any boundaries imposed on him, not having to work within the boundaries of the law. So there's a recklessness to the way he approaches things. He doesn't think things through the way you or I might think things through. For instance, he's engaging in extramarital affairs because he feels that there's nothing that he can't have. There's nothing that he's not entitled to. He doesn't hesitate to act on impulse.
He still did his job as a police officer, and as far as I know, he did it well enough to have made a career out of it.
Acting on a tip that they're planning a murder, Corbett tracks down 2 prominent members of the Black Panthers movement.
Step out of the car. Now. Front of the vehicle.
Corbett single-handedly, allegedly, approached these people and took them down.
What the hell is this? What? They're not even our guns.
Corbett's arrests make headline news.
So in a way, it was a legitimate success. And he satisfied his mob guys by being such a success in doing mob business for them. So he was both the cowboy and the villain.
Corbett's eager involvement in the corrupt underworld makes him very attractive to one man in particular, the boss of the Chicago Outfit, notorious mobster Sam Giancana.
He allegedly shared a girlfriend with John F. Kennedy. He follows in the line of the legend of all legends, Al Capone. He had some of that glamour.
Giancana needs trustworthy people like Corbett in positions of authority.
You need to have people in police departments, in courthouses, and in elected offices in order to get done what they need to get done. He played both sides of the fence, and when Michael Corbett proved to be as good at both being a police officer and a member of the mob, then his star rose and he became more and more important.
After 6 years at Summit PD, Corbett journeys deeper into the dark world of the mob when Sam Giancana personally arranges for him to return to Willow Springs.
It's my pleasure today to announce our new Chief of Police, Michael J. Corbett.
We learned that Sam Giancana, who was the head of the Chicago mob at that time, referred Mike Corbett to Willow Springs for the police chief's job.
With Corbett in office, Giancana tightens his grip on Willow Springs.
That was the moment when he was kind of knighted by Sam Giancana, if you will. The direct hand from the boss. And the moment I think everything probably changed from, that's when he's all in.
Being anointed by the mob is a huge step for Corbett. He's collecting all the mob's money from Willow Springs and taking a huge slice for himself. Now, with the might of the Chicago Mafia behind him, he's practically untouchable. Corbett throws a large, raucous party to celebrate. Many of his mobster connections attend, including his longtime friend, Joey Testa.
They were good friends over the course of time, and he used that to his advantage.
Corbett is no longer working for his friends in the mob. He is the mob. Officer Robert Olson is now working for Corbett in Willow Springs PD.
I think he loved being the chief of police. It gave him a lot of power, it gave him a lot of prestige. He was a man that you respected.
Corbett continues working with crooked lawyer Alan Masters and business booms because now he has most of the PD working the scam.
We were programmed to make arrests. If we didn't make the arrests and didn't make money for Mike Corbett, then we didn't work. One year we arrested more people than the Illinois State Police, and we were number two in revenue next to the city of Chicago, and there were only 16 of us.
Corbett continually finds new ways of making money. The more he makes, the bigger his cut.
Mr. Corbett. He was selling stars to people who wanted to carry a weapon.
I hear you were the guy to get some badges around here.
Some individuals like to have a badge so that if they get stopped by a police officer in Chicago or another suburb, they can show that they're a cop.
I had been on the police department for about 3 years, and I pulled someone over that handed me a police star, and it said Willow Springs Police Department on it, and I didn't recognize the gentleman. So I said, "Where are you a police officer?" He said, "Willow Springs." He said, "Call Corbett." So I got Mike Corbett on the phone, and Mike said, "Just let him go, he's one of us."
There was a lot of badges for a town of 4,000 people. He had 16 full-time police officers, and I think he ordered 400 stars.
This single scam nets Corbett, and of course, the mob, around $400,000.
He was what they call in the mob an earner. You know, he was a guy who could make money. And he was flashy and making it known that he had come into wealth. He had that Burt Reynolds mustache and Corvette and the cowboy hat and the garbage bags of money.
Corbett has graduated to a new level of wealth and builds a $500,000 home with a swimming pool.
If you drove by his house, it looked like a drug lord's house. 6,000, 7,000 square feet. But he had a Corvette, he had a boat. That's not bad.
His flashy behavior starts to raise eyebrows with town officials. But Corbett's mob connections mean no one acts on their suspicions.
None of the people in the community did anything. Had they complained about his power or why is he driving this car, maybe the world would have been different.
Someone like Michael Corbett doesn't have boundaries. He doesn't recognize boundaries in himself because he's entitled to everything. The town is his to work the way he wants to work. He can take what he wants, use who he wants, become what he wants without any repercussions whatsoever.
So confident of his cloak of untouchability, Corbett decides to do some freelance work on the side.
There was a bar, grill sort of place, and a man named Raymond Gluzek was the proprietor.
Gluzek is desperate, unreliable, and not the type with whom the mafia do business. But fueled by greed, Corbett is seduced by an unusual offer from Gluzek.
Business was not going well, and Gluzek wanted to burn the building down for the insurance. And in order not to get caught, he made an arrangement with Mike Corbett to handle the investigation and make sure he would not be charged with arson.
Once the tavern is destroyed, Corbett ensures the fire investigation does not point to anything suspicious, and Gluzek collects the insurance.
And in exchange for that, then he provided Corbett with about $7,000.
As police chief, Corbett thinks he's in complete control of the situation.
I think people, when they get away with things like that, get to be arrogant about it.
But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Soon, Corbett will descend so deep into the dark world of organized crime that nothing will be below him, not even murder. Police Chief Michael Corbett is running the entire town of Willow Springs for the mob, lining their pockets, as well as his, with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Every kickback, extortion, and fraud scam deepens his ties to the mafia, including mob-connected businessman Joseph Testa, who in June 1981 is finishing a round of golf.
Testa then a relationship with Sam Giancana, and he was protected by the mob.
Testa had a lot of real estate down in Florida.
Testa is involved in a dispute with another mobster over money.
When you're in the mob, you're constantly looking over your shoulder. You don't ever really know who to trust, and every day could be your last.
There was a car bomb, and his legs got blown off. He passed away, and him and Mike were pretty close.
Corbett received a substantial amount of money from Testa's estate.
The actual figure is $800,000, plus Testa's pleasure boat.
And people were like, leaving money to the police. When you have these outfit connections, it was in the newspaper, it was kind of front page stuff.
What Corbett doesn't know is that this incident brings him to the attention of prosecutor Thomas Scorza and the FBI.
What I got was a report from the FBI that he was the police chief of Willow Springs with mob connections. What Mike Corbett would do for a small amount of money was almost unthinkable to me. The FBI agents are vacuum cleaners, they listen to long stories from ex-mobsters, traitors within the mob. So he was reputed to be in the pocket of the mob.
The mob makes a big deal about loyalty and their code of honor, but they're probably the least loyal organization you will find on the planet, because the second you become even a hint of a problem, you're gone. They'll whack you. They enforce this loyalty, and they try to make it seem like it's a code of honor and it's something with integrity, but that's just a cynical ruse to protect themselves and their business interests. They need to make you feel that way. They need to make you feel like you shouldn't ever talk, ever.
Well, we were looking at trying to put a case together on Mike Corbett on public corruption. He was certainly, on the take. I think anybody could buy him.
There's enough evidence to warrant surveillance. But being a cop himself, Corbett quickly catches on. He uses police resources to find out who is following him.
Hey, I need you to run a plate for me.
The car is registered to the FBI. But with his mafia ties, Corbett doesn't even fear the feds.
What happens to people like Corbett is, after a while, they feel immune. They feel like they've have so many connections, done so many favors, that they don't have anything to worry about, that everything will always work out.
Rather than lay low for a while, Corbett becomes bolder and even more dangerous. So when Corbett's crooked lawyer friend, Alan Masters, comes to him with a problem, he thinks nothing of offering to help. The problem? Masters' wife, Diane.
She was having an affair with a economics professor. She was a very attractive woman and a prominent person in the area.
My sister, she was extremely brilliant. She was big on poetry. She had an English degree. She had a dual degree in psychology. She started to realize she needed something different. She needed a connection that involved a lot more. And I think that's where the college professor came in.
Alan Masters was friends with a private investigator, and he was able to put a listening device on his home phone, and he captured a telephone conversation between Diane and her boyfriend. During that phone call, there was kind of a salacious conversation regarding their sex behavior the night before.
Alan heard it and went crazy, said he was going to kill her.
Jealous and hurt, Masters is also afraid that his wife knows too much about his illegal activities.
And I believe Diane was going to blow the whistle on Alan in regard to a lot of things that Alan was doing.
Take care of this.
Diane knew a lot about Alan Masters and probably knew a lot about Mike Corbett.
She knew too much, and I think Diane made a mistake of threatening Alan.
She was going to report the Masters' activities to the IRS.
For Masters, there's only one option. He asks Corbett to do the unthinkable, help kill and dispose of his wife.
I need her gone. Well, so I have a deal. I have a deal.
Corbett agrees.
Thanks.
He now thinks he can literally get away with murder.
Sometimes narcissists can ultimately become psychopathic narcissists. There is literally nothing off the table in terms of what he's willing to pursue. And to participate in a murder, you have to have a pretty shallow conscience, if not a complete lack of conscience, because he knows the difference between right and wrong. He just doesn't care.
Yeah.
She was on the board of the Moraine Valley Community College, a local community college.
The night of her disappearance, she went to a board meeting, and we had strong evidence that she did, in fact, get home that night. I think after she got home, she was getting undressed.
Alan whacks her in the head with a fireplace poker. He calls Corbett, "Get over here."
Corbett bundles Diane into the trunk of her own car and heads to dump her body where she's unlikely to be found.
Alan was going to pay Mike Corbett $8,000 to dump the car into the canal.
To throw off any future investigation, Corbett plants some misleading clues.
The body was found without underpants on. The assumption would be whoever killed her, some sex sort of crime, took the underpants.
Then Corbett does something gruesome in order to cover his tracks.
I believe Corbett himself shot her in the head. It's a .22 caliber weapon.
The gunshot wounds mask the injuries that actually killed Diane.
It was meant to look a certain scene, fit a certain scenario, if the body was ever found. It would look like Diane Masters and maybe her boyfriend went to the canal, and something bad happened on that night. Either the boyfriend or a prowler accosted her, murdered her, maybe raped her.
As long as he could be chief of police, he felt the car would stay in the canal, and that he'd be able to, control any investigations or anybody looking into the canal.
That's when he crossed to a whole new territory. That's not gambling, it's not prostitution, it's not drugs, it's murder, killing innocent people.
However, Corbett has a big problem. One of his own men, patrolman Robert Olson, hears the gunshots.
I heard 2 shots which came from the vicinity of Willow Springs Road Bridge in the canal. I drove towards the canal.
Olson is a rare breed in Willow Springs, an honest cop, and the one person Corbett doesn't want showing up at the scene.
As I was driving down towards the canal, I noticed that there was a vehicle that had illuminated its headlights. At that point in time, I got a little nervous. I unstrapped my gun, and the vehicle started coming towards me. When it came towards me, I was able to identify it as Mike Corbett's private car.
Believing himself above the law, corrupt police chief Michael Corbett is now involved in the murder of Diane Masters. He thinks he's got away with it. But leaving the crime scene, Corbett runs into patrolman Robert Olson.
He pulled up to my window. I recognized that it was Mike Corbett.
Everything okay, Chief?
And he told me, there's no reason for you to go down to the canal.
It's nothing. I checked it out. Head back to the station.
Corbett's fate lies in Olson's hands.
Mike said he checked the area out, and there was no one down there shooting. At that point in time, Mike pulled away. When he pulled away, I made a U-turn and pulled out and never went down to the canal. Corbett was someone that you didn't confront. He's, you know, that type of individual. If he said something goes, it goes.
With Corbett in complete control, Diane's body stays undisturbed in its watery grave.
My wife called me and said Alan called, and it was later in the afternoon, and she didn't come home last night, and they're worried about her. I knew immediately. I knew immediately that she was murdered, and I had a very, very good idea of who the killers were. It was tough. It was extremely, extremely tough.
It's kind of a murderer's dream to commit a murder and then be assigned to investigate it. Gee whiz.
Everybody in the community was talking about, where is Diane? You know, people had no idea how a vehicle could disappear and Diane Masters could disappear. Rumors were the car was in the canal. The problem was Mike Corbett was still the chief of police, and nobody would ever go into that canal while Mike Corbett was the chief of police.
Corbett is at the height of his untouchability.
They've planned a perfect murder, you know? People who investigated are the ones who killed her.
As the months go by, Corbett's corruption continues unchecked until Willow Springs holds a mayoral election.
The prior mayor was voted out. When the new mayor was elected, one of the things he vowed was to get rid of the corruption in Willow Springs.
This couldn't be worse news for Corbett. The town council holds a meeting with corruption at the top of the agenda.
Once you start to draw too much attention to your town, it starts to make some civic leaders and so forth nervous.
You're layman here in this situation.
The council has no concrete proof, but Corbett's shield of untouchability has been dented.
They probably knew what was going on or had some suspicions one way or another. They finally said, dude, you gotta go.
You have no idea what is going on outside.
The new mayor fired Mike Corbett and most of the Willow Springs Police Department. I was one of the officers that was lucky enough to be asked back.
Yeah.
Desperate to be reinstated, Corbett calls his mob connections.
I know he wants him to resign.
But he is in for a shock.
What?
With Corbett now drawing so much unwanted attention to its activities, the mafia chooses not to help him. Without his powerful backers, Corbett is forced from office. But the mafia does not completely abandon Corbett. He knows too much and can still be valuable to them as an earner. So they arrange a job as an investigator at the nearby Cook County Sheriff's Office.
The mob always fixes everything. They can keep you from going to jail. And so if you're someone like Michael Corbett, who's had so much success, police officer and mobster, you can see how he could feel like no one's gonna touch me.
Corbett returns to his usual routines until December 1982, when a gruesome discovery is made.
A barge had gotten snagged at the canal when a diver went down to see what had snagged the barge. Lo and behold, there was a automobile graveyard. So many cars had been dumped in roughly the same location, caused a blockage in the canal.
She disappeared on the 18th or 19th of March. 9 months later, on Saturday, the 11th of December, her body was found in the trunk of her car.
The body had been in the canal for 9 months. The body was seriously decomposed. The amount of evidence that could be gotten from the scene and from the facts itself was rather small.
The little evidence there seems to point in one direction.
It looked like something on the order of a Lover's Lane kind of homicide.
It's a theory that Corbett's old friends at the Willow Springs PD are happy to go along with.
The police that were assigned to it basically were the police that were in Ellen's pocket. You know, Diane was a normal-sized person, but Corbett was a big guy, long legs. And I always, whenever we have one of these dump jobs, I want to know how the seat is set. Because if he got in there, he'd push the seat all the way back. They destroyed the car. His friend at the tow company destroyed the car. So I never saw the car. That's to me, Mike Corbett. And nothing much happened with the case. You know, everybody knew or suspected, at least the ladies in the beauty parlor, suspected that Alan was involved, you know.
Alan wanted to have the body cremated immediately. Why? He wanted it cremated so there'd be no evidence that they could go after at a future date. But so I used the aspect of, no, she's a practicing Catholic, you know. So they had his order, you know, revoked to have her cremated. And so early on, I made calls to the FBI. I told them, I'm worried about the investigators. They're not doing this, they're not doing that. Maybe somebody else should look into this. Kept bothering them.
The state police got involved, but people weren't coming forward, mainly because they were afraid. It wouldn't have been wise. They didn't want to end up in the canal. It was just a mess.
He knew a lot of people in the mob, so Mike Corbett was able to skate through without ever worrying about being caught. I thought Mike believed he was untouchable. I don't think he ever thought that he would be caught.
In committing a murder, he really has crossed a threshold. And so to be part of a murder makes complete sense to him because he will get away with it. In his own mind, he's probably saying, I challenge you, I dare you to pin this on me because you're not going to, because I'm that good and I'm that invincible and I'm that untouchable. So he has definitely crossed a boundary.
For the next 5 years, Corbett acts like nothing's happened. But not all of his old crimes have been snuffed out. And one that's been smoldering for nearly a decade is about to heat up again. Over the last 20 years, Police Chief Michael Corbett has worked both sides of the law. In deep with the mob, he's extorted millions of dollars, is involved in arson, and is an accomplice in an unsolved murder. But what he doesn't know is that now the tide is turning against him. Ever since Corbett inherited a fortune from a top-level gangster, he has been under investigation by U.S. Attorney Thomas Scorza.
There was so much public corruption and police corruption that he could get away with what he did for a long period of time.
Out of the blue, a ghost from Corbett's past returns to haunt him. The owner of the tavern Corbett allowed to be burnt down, Raymond Gluzek.
So I had this bar, all right?
Gluzek was in trouble with the DEA on a small narcotics matter, and he told us the story about how, having gotten into business trouble, he decided to burn down his bar to collect the insurance on that. To do that in the Willow Springs area, one went to get the permission of Michael Corbett.
It's exactly what Scorza needs to get Corbett before a judge.
Just come, just give it a minute. But just let's sit and talk. Grab coffee.
On May 20th, 1987, Corbett is arrested for his part in the Torch Tavern insurance fraud.
It was a big victory for us because our goal was to obtain a significant sentence against him in order to try to get him to talk a little bit about the other cars and other matters that had happened in Willow Springs.
He pleads guilty and is sentenced to 4 years in jail.
That was a very disappointing sentence in that case. The typical service time on a 4-year sentence might be only 18 months or 24 months or so on. Put a time limit on our effort to prosecute the bigger case, the Masters case.
Again, lack of cooperation hampers the investigation.
People were reluctant to talk to the FBI. They didn't want any investigation because they figured people start squealing, they're going to involve me in this, so let's just forget it.
This is someone with a disordered personality and a very skewed worldview. So even though he's in jail, he would necessarily feel that he's still invincible. He doesn't feel like he's gonna get caught for Diane Masters' murder or ever be tied to it whatsoever. He feels like the mob and all the other people he's been using and controlling are still gonna be there for him when he gets out, and that business is gonna go on as it always had for him.
Scorza and his team carefully examine and re-examine the evidence. Then in mid-1988, after years of research, Scorza finally gets the break he needs.
You always have to have an operating hypothesis in running a case. You can't have a hard and fast theory that leads you to not think about what you have. If you have a hard and fast theory of the case, you'll overlook the implications of this, that, and the other piece of evidence. So we always had a working hypothesis. We were always ready to alter it depending on the facts as they came to us. I noticed when I looked at the Illinois State Police file that there was a gap in time between one page I was looking at and the next page I was looking at. There was 2 or 3 or 4 hours missing.
Scorza cannot find the police activity log for around the time Diane Masters was shot and dumped in the canal. He sends agents to the Willow Springs Police Department to search for the missing pages.
Find anything yet, Chris?
No, nothing.
What had happened is the investigator from the Illinois State Police had passed the timesheets through the Xerox machine on just one side and had missed the second side of the sheet.
I'm not mistaken.
The missing logs hold a vital clue to Corbett's guilt. An entry at 11 p.m. reads, "Gunshots heard by the canal." Officer Robert Olson responds.
Jim Ross, who was the chief of police after Corbett, had called me into his office one day. He informed me that he had the radio logs from a night where I had gone down to the canal where there were shots fired. Well, evidently that was the night Diane Masters had disappeared. Jim Ross had then asked me to talk to the FBI in regard to the incident.
We had an honest police officer tell us that he responded to a report of shots fired at the canal.
Car 34, Olson, I'm on it.
And that when he went to examine what happened, Michael Corbett, the chief, was coming up from the canal.
Olson meets Corbett coming out of there saying everything's okay.
And you know, you're not going to question the chief.
So the one person in all of the world that we can place at the canal at the time of the shots, the one person in the whole world was Mike Corbett.
It's a crucial piece of the puzzle. Now Scorza can have Corbett indicted.
He thought himself very clever because he had gotten away with so much. I'm sure he was stunned by the federal indictment.
Mike Corbett was charged with the crime. I had no problem going in and testifying. I wanted to see that the right thing get done.
Corbett faces a federal conspiracy charge because prosecutors cannot prove who actually killed Diane. Also indicted on the same charge is Alan Masters.
Somebody came forward and told us about Alan Masters having actually made a statement. I'm going to get Michael Corbett to kill her. Somebody came forward after they found out that we were investigating and gave us that piece of information.
After a month-long trial, Corbett is found guilty of conspiracy, racketeering, and later of obstructing justice.
Michael Corbett, I sentence you to 20 years in jail.
Alan Masters is convicted of conspiracy, bribery, and racketeering, and is sentenced to 40 years. Corbett is sent to La Tuna Federal Jail in the New Mexico desert with no chance of parole.
It gave me a sense of accomplishment, you know, to see somebody that was a official, somebody in the capacity of Mike Corbett that thought he could commit a crime and get away with a crime, especially murder. It's very fulfilling to know that I made a difference and that Mike went down for the conspiracy to commit murder.
Michael Corbett, unfortunately, was a man who had an explosive mix of narcissism, manipulation, and access to incredible power and control. When Michael Corbett's finally caught and jailed for the crimes that he committed, it's very shocking to him. He is shocked that he's being treated like everyone else in the world would be treated under those circumstances. And there's not much chance that being in prison is going to rehabilitate somebody who's like that.
He isn't a man who was a good police officer. He is a man who knew how to play the game. I relish the thought of putting him in prison. He's a bully, he's a thug.
This was a good case. I mean, we worked on it for, I don't know, 18, 20 months. I was pleased.
This could have easily gone the other way. I mean, this could have very easily been another one of Michael Corbett's triumphs, you know? Yeah, we got away with murder. I could see him joking about it at a, you know, dinner party or something with their cohorts. And no, you didn't.
Michael Corbett thought he was untouchable. He was wrong.
We need to find these kids. We need to find them fast.
Detective Sidney Dorsey is one of Atlanta's finest homicide cops.
Is that the only witness?
He worked on arguably the most high-profile homicide case ever in Atlanta Police Department.
Swapping police work for politics, he rises to a position of enormous power.
He won the election. He became the most powerful law enforcement official, and he was the king.
But when allegations of corruption begin to swirl,
absolute power breeds absolute corruption, and the sheriffs in Georgia have absolute power.
And sexual harassment claims are made.
She wanted a contract, so it started out as sexual favors and then maybe turned into a mistress deal.
The results are in.
A political rival challenges Sheriff Dorsey's authority.
He's always been the person to stand for and fight for what he believed in, no matter what the consequences were.
With careers and reputations at stake, people are pushed to unspeakable acts in order to maintain their grip on power.
In the state of Georgia, we had never had a politician murdered.
Will justice prevail? There are those in positions of power who do evil and who only think they are untouchable. Atlanta, Georgia, 1977. Police officer Sidney Dorsey is a talented and hard-working homicide detective. And after a 14-year career, there's nothing much that can surprise him. That is, until he discovers something shocking about some of his fellow detectives and officers.
Some of our men have been cheating on their tests.
The Atlanta PD Major Crimes Section investigator tests have been leaked, meaning some cops have used the answers to gain promotions to ranks for which they are not qualified.
The favored few were getting some of the answers in advance.
and he felt that that was wrong, which it was, and he blew the whistle on it. He was a courageous guy, not only in fighting crime on the streets, but in the interior rough and tumble politics of the police department.
So your partners you're talking about?
You can't have untrained officers on the force.
It speaks well of Dorsey that he did this, that he did blow the whistle on that. I mean, he recognized something that was wrong and he drew attention to it.
Thanks to Dorsey, a scandal that could have risked lives as well as undermined the credibility of the whole department is stopped in its tracks.
Judging from your results,
The whistleblowing is typical of Dorsey, a man so dedicated to justice that he's willing to risk his own career to root out wrongdoing and corruption wherever it happens, even inside his own department.
you hand over your firearms.
He was a tough guy, he was smart, he had a good personality.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
He made a lot of his compadres angry at him. But I always kind of personally liked him because, I mean, he was a character.
He was inquisitive, he was powerful, he was charismatic. People liked him.
Dorsey has always had a drive to succeed. Although he grew up poor with few prospects, he took the first opportunity to get out by joining the Army. After the military, Dorsey joins the Atlanta PD in 1963 and quickly makes an impression.
I think he had the reputation of being sort of a brash, in-your-face, having a lot of bravado, and I think he liked that. I think he fostered that.
While a cop, he also puts himself through college and law school.
I think he had an irrepressible ego. He started out from nothing, wanted to be someone.
Hey there.
After 16 years as a cop, Dorsey has been promoted to an elite group of homicide detectives. They are known as the Hat Squad.
When they see a hat, when they see a fedora, when they see somebody wearing a tailored suit, they'll know that homicide is on the scene.
That the only witness?
Sir.
They were going around solving the high-profile crimes. They were getting a lot of press.
They think that they're as good or better than anyone else, and homicide detectives are generally not shy from that type of attention.
Striking, confident, and talented, Detective Dorsey commands great respect from his peers and the public.
He did solve a lot of crimes because of his personality when you get down to it.
Tell me what happened here?
Talking to people, working people in the street, getting people to trust him. And he could get people to talk to him who may not have talked to other people and gave him information off the street.
Dorsey doesn't have to wait long before his first big case. In 1980, a shocking string of brutal murders involving 20 children creates an atmosphere of fear and suspicion across the state.
It was a nightmare, and everyone was scared, everyone was on edge. These young black males were disappearing, and sometimes they'd end up in a creek, or they would just totally disappear.
Can you go down and check it out for me? Make sure you get everything clear. Yes.
Detective Dorsey is chosen to be one of the lead investigators on Atlanta PD's Child Murders Task Force.
We need to find these kids. We need to find them fast.
He was the #1 detective at the time.
He made his name for himself, and arguably the most high-profile homicide case ever in Atlanta Police Department, which was the missing and murdered children in the early 80s.
We have a lot of African-American children disappearing. We needed a top black homicide detective to go into the communities, to work the streets, to find out information that honestly that the African-American community would not have related to Caucasian detectives. So he was at the right place at the right time to help solve this.
The break in the case comes in 1981 during a stakeout of a bridge where victims' bodies had previously been dumped. Officers stopped passing driver Wayne Williams after hearing a large splash in the water.
Got him, boys!
Williams is arrested when fibers in his car match those found on the victims. Dorsey basks in the reflected glory.
It was kind of the case that made him.
Good job. Good job, man.
Police officers often look for a sort of a signature case that they can always point back to. So if there's any doubt or any need to kind of stake their claim, it's, oh, I worked on the missing and murdered children case. So he would have gotten a lot of attention in Atlanta in the 80s.
It would make him, I guess, big man on campus in the city of Atlanta.
The Atlanta child murders have given Dorsey a taste of power and fame.
The power that he's experienced is something presumably fairly new to him, and it intoxicates him like a drug would intoxicate him, and it produces the craving that a drug would produce in a person.
With his reputation and public profile at an all-time high, Dorsey decides it's time to branch out. He's still a cop, but in his spare time he sets up a private security company, doing contract work for the jail and the sheriff's office in DeKalb County.
DeKalb County at the time was the second largest county in Georgia. Part of the city of Atlanta is in DeKalb County. It has close to 800,000 people.
The business boosts Dorsey's income, but it also opens his eyes to new opportunities. In his dealings with DeKalb County, he realizes just how much power and money the sheriff controls.
Once the county commission approves the budget, which is over $20 million, and then the sheriff has unbridled authority how that budget is going to be spent. There is no civilian recourse. He can hire and fire the top deputies all the way down to the person cleaning the floors.
There's a lot of money at stake. There are a lot of jobs at stake. There's a lot of influence that is at stake. Politically, when you're talking about the sheriff's lobby in Georgia is very, very powerful with the legislature, with the elected officials. So if you've got a sheriff of the second largest county in the state, he's going to have a lot of political influence, even though he may not have a lot of law enforcement influence.
Dorsey decides to go into politics. Seduced by the promise of power and fortune, he retires from the Atlanta PD and campaigns to become DeKalb County's next sheriff.
He was running on the mantra that DeKalb County needed its first African-American sheriff. So he was running on not only the fact of his race, but also the fact that he was an experienced law enforcement official, and he had been involved in the missing and murdered children's case here in Atlanta.
He was married to a city councilwoman. He had been active in the Black community, so he had a lot of things going for him.
He comes off as an articulate spokesperson. He doesn't stumble his words. He convinces people, that he is the right man for the job. He is very good at shaking hands. He's very good at looking people in the eye and tell, them to vote for him.
Campaigning over, Dorsey waits for the results that could make him one of Georgia's most powerful officials. Victory will thrust him into a world of temptation, both to abuse his position and to cling to power, no matter what the cost. After retiring from a distinguished career as a police detective, Sidney Dorsey is running to become sheriff of DeKalb County. While the votes are counted on election night, Dorsey waits to hear his fate. His personal victory is also a historic one.
Sidney Dorsey was the first elected Black sheriff in the South, in Georgia.
It's particularly striking because the legend is that DeKalb County is the birthplace of the Ku Klux Klan, and that the first cross ever burned was burned on top of Stone Mountain. As soon as Sid came in, he took down the Georgia state flag from the sheriff's office, which of course is the Confederate stars and bars with a Georgia seal at that time. It was very significant for the African-American community.
From his first day on the job, Dorsey puts his own personal stamp on the office of sheriff.
He liked to wear Western wear, cowboy boots, and a cowboy hat. He was a little flashy.
Everything he did was designed to show the flash and the bravado and the swagger of being a sheriff. He had a saddle that he kept in his office. He took horse riding lessons. He was very much about the image of the sheriff.
Dorsey's colleagues and constituents can forgive his bravado. After all, there's no law against being flashy, and Dorsey is a decorated cop and a trailblazing sheriff. Now one of the most powerful men in Georgia, Dorsey is in charge of the DeKalb County Jail.
The jail is the largest jail this side of the Mississippi River. It holds almost 1,000 inmates.
He had a huge budget that he controlled, and he had hundreds of people that were dependent on him for a job. And he had millions of dollars in contracts that he could award to people who would curry favor with him.
But with his newfound authority also comes temptation, and almost without realizing he's doing it, Dorsey starts to abuse his position.
We tend to have these inhibitors that protect us from the more negative aspects of our personalities. But the moment you start to get power, these inhibitors start to lift until these darker, more sinister aspects of our personalities can flourish.
He won the election, he became the most powerful law enforcement official, and he was the king. And he wanted to reap the benefits of being the king.
Hello, Sheriff.
At first, Dorsey's transgressions are relatively minor.
What?
I got my son a burger and take it home to my wife.
Got it.
All right.
He would have deputies on duty take his youngest son Happy Meals at lunch. The sheriff believed that he could do no wrong and that everyone worked at his pleasure.
Soon, Dorsey's abuses of power become more frequent.
He had a deputy drive him and his family to New York and drive him around town as like a chauffeur. He had deputies drive at least twice to Tennessee to unlock his daughter's car when she'd locked her keys in her car.
Dorsey even uses on-duty sheriff deputies to moonlight for his private security company, all on the taxpayer's dime.
He would send them while they were on duty for DeKalb County in their DeKalb County cars, in their DeKalb County uniforms to other counties where Sidney Dorsey had a contract to provide security, and all the money went to Sidney Dorsey. It was unbelievable that this sheriff, this elected leader, would do something so bold and so illegal.
Not even prisoners can escape Dorsey's corruption.
We know that he used DeKalb County inmates to fix up homes for voters for his wife's city council district. He had a deputy drive to South Georgia and pick up a go-kart for his son for Christmas. Those are the kinds of things that Sidney Dorsey did.
I think he probably got it into his own head that he was capable of getting away with things that other people couldn't. These started out as petty abuses. Petty abuses.
We're talking about corruption, payoffs, favoritism, nepotism.
Dorsey is enjoying the trappings of office just a bit too much.
Things about him changed, expensive clothes, nice cars. There were some pretty obvious things that you could see to say, I didn't know that job paid that much money.
He owned a limousine at one point, and he traveled to and from in a limousine.
And we're not talking about $100,000, we're talking about millions of dollars.
Dorsey's corruption is so far-reaching that it ensnares private contractors of the sheriff's department.
Anybody who gets arrested, most people have to go to a bonding company. That bonding company makes a lot of money by posting bonds, and the sheriff determines how many bonding companies and which bonding companies will operate.
Most bail bonding companies have offices outside of jails or very near the jail so that people can conduct business fairly easily.
But this time, he's interested in something more than just money.
He loved pretty women. I would always see Sidney Dorsey around town with a young lady because he loved to flirt.
He was having an affair with one of the bonding women while he was sheriff, while he was married with Sherry Dorsey. She actually was able to operate inside the jail, which was very unusual.
She wanted to contract, so she, I guess, it started out as sexual favors and then maybe turned into a mistress deal.
Despite Sidney Dorsey's increasing involvement in corruption, his position is so powerful that most people are unable or unwilling to speak out.
Absolute power breeds absolute corruption, and the sheriffs in Georgia have absolute power.
He was living pretty much however he wanted to. He saw something, he wanted it, he took it, and there really wasn't anybody to say, no, you can't have that.
Sidney Dorsey was the first elected black sheriff in Georgia, and there's a tendency to want that person to succeed. And so people were very reluctant to point their finger at him and accuse him of something wrong.
Dorsey has become untouchable.
At this point, he is defining himself in terms of his title and his worth. And for him to be a sheriff means he's the head of that particular law enforcement unit, and therefore he sees himself literally as deciding what the law is.
After 4 years, Dorsey has no intention of walking away from his perks, power, and privilege. With elections due, he campaigns for a second term as sheriff. But there's just one problem.
All right, everybody, I think we're ready.
Dorsey will not stand unopposed.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm pumped up.
His challenger is Derwin Brown, a former homicide cop with 22 years experience and an impeccable record.
Derwin was a good guy. He was well liked within the police department. Did a good job.
Being a deputy sheriff in DeKalb County, Brown has first-hand knowledge of Dorsey's tainted business practices.
We are ready to clean this place up, understand?
Brown campaigns on an anti-corruption ticket. His decision to run is no surprise to his daughter, Brandy.
He's always been the person to stand for and fight for what he believed in, no matter what the consequences were.
Clean, come on. Make it clean. Make it clean.
He had that passion in his heart that he wanted to make a difference.
He knew there was corruption going on, and he wanted to get in there and clean house.
The news isn't good for Dorsey. With Brown in the race, allegations about Dorsey's conduct begin to make headlines thanks to journalists like Dale Cardwell.
There was a lady that was fairly high-ranking official in the sheriff's department, and she came to me, and her attorneys told me that she had a story to tell. She had been given a position, and she was told that if she wanted to keep her position, she had to sleep with Sidney Dorsey. And she agreed to do so, even though she didn't want to, and she felt at the time it was wrong, and she was a married woman.
More allegations about corruption and improper conduct follow. It comes as a huge surprise to the people of DeKalb County.
There was nothing on anybody's radar that anything wrong was going on. And without there being the news media, without there being the opponents alleging that there was, Mr. Dorsey would have sailed into another term as the sheriff.
Election night. And all of DeKalb County is following events, but none more so than Sidney Dorsey.
Come on over, man.
After a long wait,
the results are in, and it looks like
a clear winner emerges.
for DeKalb County.
Sidney Dorsey has been voted out.
He was very sure of himself. He thought he was infallible, and he was absolutely shocked that he lost the election.
The news for Dorsey gets worse. Though the transfer of power doesn't happen overnight, Sheriff-elect Brown immediately wants to make good on his promise to clean house.
One of the first things he did was announce the firing of 32 people. As soon as he took office, he knew that these people were dirty and that they needed to go.
He felt like the people in that office were too loyal to the sheriff, and that if he kept them, they would undermine him and continue to relate to the sheriff, Sidney Dorsey.
Brown also plans to do a full audit of the Sheriff's Department, its contractors, and internal bonding companies.
An exclusive report now. We've uncovered evidence.
With his empire being dismantled, Dorsey's air of untouchability is slipping away.
He knew that if Darren took that office, Darren would then have that information on him that would make it easier for the district attorney to indict him on public corruption.
Feeling himself being backed into a corner from which he sees no escape, Sidney Dorsey is preparing to take drastic action.
The results are in.
In DeKalb County, Georgia, Sheriff Sidney Dorsey has been voted out of office amid allegations of corruption.
Make it clean. Come on.
Sheriff-elect Derwin Brown is vowing to clean house. And on December 15th, 2000, Brown completes the final step in obtaining his star and badge.
Derwin had just graduated that afternoon from the Sheriff's Academy. All newly elected sheriffs in Georgia have to go to be trained to take over. They're trained in how to run an office, they're trained in the law.
Dorsey fears that Brown's first act will be to have him indicted for corruption.
Now that he's recognizing the fact that his liberty is in jeopardy, he is likely to act like a caged animal or an animal that's been backed into a corner. That's exclusively driving his behavior. So there's no room for appropriate decision-making or alternate decision-making, because he's defined himself through his power, losing that power would be essentially losing himself.
Spurred into action, Dorsey calls his most trusted former deputy, Patrick Cuffey.
Cuffey was Dorsey's protege. Cuffey had worked with Dorsey when Dorsey had had his private security company before Dorsey had become sheriff.
Dorsey tells Cuffey to assemble a team and report to him.
We have a problem.
Dorsey knew that the most loyal person in the sheriff's department was Patrick Cuffey, and Dorsey hands Cuffey the note. And Cuffey reads, "Kill Derwin Brown." That shows what a narcissistic sociopath, psychopath Dorsey is. The next step in a long progression of steps was a murder he could get by with because he was untouchable.
Cuffey is no angel, but he balks at the request.
And all your ass is gonna be in jail.
Dorsey pushes him, lying that Brown has placed a hit on him and has threatened to steal his wife.
Cuffey would do anything for Sheriff Dorsey, including murder. And Dorsey knew that, so the sheriff was a father figure to him.
They then discussed different means to kill him. Sidney Dorsey apparently wanted Patrick Cuffey to kill him some way other than shooting, because Dorsey knew that shooting leaves a lot of evidence. You got shell casings, you got bullets, you got guns, you got all sorts of stuff that can go wrong with. So he talked about strangling him, he talked about maybe poisoning him, something along those lines. Well, Derwin Brown was a pretty stout guy. I mean, and Patrick Cuffey was not. So you'd have a hard time killing him with just hands, or strangling him or anything like that.
Take care of this, I take care of you.
The payment was that if you help me kill Derwin Brown, Dorsey will get reelected, and he has promised us jobs, all jobs in the sheriff's department. They drew straws to decide who the shooter was going to be. The short straw was going to be the shooter.
Yes, sir, I gotta do it.
And it just turned out to be Melvin Walker. I think he really believed he could get by with a murder and never be convicted.
Dorsey uses his vast experience as a former homicide detective to plan a hit.
They put him under surveillance. They did dry runs in his neighborhood. They even had a couple times where they were prepared to go and do it if the circumstances worked out. I think at one time they were getting ready to do it, and a neighbor came out with a dog, and a dog started barking at them, and they thought that they had been seen, so they called it off. And they talked about a lot of preparations for what they did.
He gets Cuffey and his crew to follow Brown, looking for the perfect time to strike.
They'd driven to the school close to Derwin's home.
But while on stakeout, Dorsey's team is spotted by a security guard.
Accidentally, a school detective came upon them late at night.
Can I ask you guys what you're doing here?
Here, 4 men dressed all in black, and they had no identification.
The hit will be off if the alarm is raised.
Do you know Sidney Dorsey?
They said, we are on secret detail for the sheriff.
Call for a boy, man.
And they actually got Dorsey on the phone. Now, I'm sure he was very angry that, one, they got discovered, and 2, that they called him. But then again, he did not want these 4 guys arrested doing surveillance of Derwin's house.
Everything hangs on whether the guard believes Dorsey or not.
You guys have a good night?
The planning for Derwin Brown's murder continues unhindered, but time is running out.
So at this point, what I see in Dorsey is grandiosity that's run rampant, a lack of empathy for anybody else, even a lack of appreciation for other human beings. He isn't thinking about anything other than the return to his greatness. So he's not thinking about consequences. He's not even thinking logically about the fact that if he has this man murdered, he will not be put back into the position of power.
Unaware of the plot against his life, Sheriff-elect Brown is preparing to celebrate.
It was the conclusion of the training. He was going to get his uniform, and he was going to be sworn in the next week and take over January 1.
During the evening, Derwin's wife, Phyllis, feigns a headache and heads home.
Actually, what she wanted to do, she had secretly had a uniform made for Derwin, and she wanted him to see that the first thing when he got home.
He didn't know his uniform had come in already, his special made uniform, and so they had it hanging up in the doorway so that when he walked in, he would see it immediately.
Derwin was the last person to leave the party, so he got in his car, and it was cold. And he's driving back to his residence.
Brown is determined to carry on the festivities because today is also his wife's birthday. But he is not alone on his driveway.
When he got out the car, there were people hiding. They were hiding in the bush and behind the tree.
Yo, Brown!
They kind of just ambushed him. He tried to make it to the door, but he couldn't make it.
Brown is shot 12 times.
Phyllis drops down on Derwin's body. Instinctively, she knew he was dead. I mean, there was no movement whatsoever, and it was obvious that he'd been shot many times.
Can't imagine the horror that Phyllis Brown experienced to see her husband like that. Unbelievable.
Stay with me. Please.
I mean, she was traumatized. She was never fully herself after that night.
There was crying, there was screaming, there was police cars flashing everywhere. Phyllis's wife was completely hysterical, and that's when they came up to me and said that Derwin was dead. And I was shocked because I was not prepared for it. It was the last thing that I could ever imagine.
When I got the call, I was devastated, not shocked. I was devastated. Her backbone, her cushion, her future, when Darren was assassinated, went out the window.
It destroyed their family.
That was the hardest moment in my life. I think that moment almost made me cold, you know, to life.
Leading the investigation, District Attorney J. Tom Morgan quickly determines that Brown was the victim of a targeted killing.
The crime scene investigators were meticulously finding the shell casings. Oh my gosh, there are so many shots being fired, and they followed a pattern. You know, the more we looked at it, this was obviously assassination.
The investigation begins into who could want Derwin Brown dead.
Dorsey. The first name she called out was Dorsey. Her gut told her it was Dorsey.
Mrs. Brown suspected Dorsey from the very beginning. She believed that Dorsey was evil enough and corrupt enough and narcissistic enough to have her husband killed.
Dorsey has been accused of being corrupt, But investigators balk at the idea that he could be capable of murder.
In the state of Georgia, we had never had a politician murdered. And no one would have ever imagined that a political opponent would be murdered by someone you ran against.
You know, I mean, we're the South. Things like that just don't happen.
It was a crime so atrocious that no one would even think that he would have had anything to do with it.
I said, that's crazy. That's just completely crazy. Why would he do it? It would be so incredibly obvious. Why would he do it? It's insane.
Nevertheless, Morgan decides to look closely at Dorsey's past. What he finds is shocking.
Yo, Brown!
Days before taking office, DeKalb County Sheriff-elect Derwin Brown is brutally gunned down outside his home.
Dorsey.
His widow thinks the former sheriff, Sidney Dorsey, is responsible. Investigators believe Dorsey to be corrupt, but hesitate to suspect that a decorated former police detective is a murderer.
When we went back to look during our investigation, we found out that there were some things that occurred while he was a Atlanta police officer that looking back on them would be questionable.
Shortly after becoming a police officer in 1963, Patrolman Sidney Dorsey is called to a domestic dispute in Decatur, Georgia. A struggle ensues.
Buddy. Don't you to mess with me.
Suspect is handcuffed, and somehow he gets wedged between the front seat and the rear seat.
Get in there. I can't breathe.
Due to his cramped position, the suspect is struggling for air.
Keep it down, buddy.
And because of that, he loses consciousness.
You all right?
Suspect dies in the back of the car.
The man has asphyxiated.
Today, anytime someone dies in police custody or there's a questionable shooting, the nation becomes outraged.
Mr. Dorsey, how do you account for the death of a suspect in your custody?
Now Dorsey faces an investigation that will decide his future.
We got called for a domestic dispute. When we arrived,
Dorsey is adamant he did nothing wrong.
I asked him to stop, and he refused.
His fate lies in the hands of the tribunal. If he's found guilty, his career as a police officer is over.
About halfway there, we pulled over to check on him.
The way they policed then, you would not get away with that today. But back then, the officers had much greater latitude in the way they handled suspects and the way they did their job.
We just did our job.
However, Dorsey is not held responsible for what his superiors regard as a tragic but unavoidable accident.
Back then, people were really supporting the police and doing whatever it took to solve the crime and to, get the dangerous people off the streets. So if people died in custody, it was sort of the Dirty Harry mentality. That's one bad guy off the streets.
With his reputation intact, Dorsey is promoted to homicide detective in 1968.
Thomas, I need you down at 5 and 10 to check out what's going on over there.
He was one of the first black homicide detectives in the Atlanta Police Department, and he was pretty legendary.
The asphyxiation wasn't the only murder Dorsey was accused of. In 1970, driving home and off duty, Sidney Dorsey stops for a fill-up when a young man pulls up beside him.
The guy had an air hose for the tire and let it go, and it hit Sidney's car.
Hey, watch the car, buddy. I didn't touch your car.
Annoyed, Dorsey confronts the young man.
I'm a cop. You don't talk to cops like that. You're not a cop.
Mr. Dorsey had a tendency to show a violent temper. And if it's not stopped, it will keep going.
A slight turned into a fight, and he was struggling with a man.
the teenager ended up getting shot and killed.
He claimed that the person was trying to grab his gun and it discharged.
For the second time now, Sidney Dorsey is involved in the death of an unarmed man. But this time, he is finally called to account.
Mr. Dorsey was charged with manslaughter.
I went to get some gas.
The charges against Dorsey are serious.
Well, there are two things that could have happened with that manslaughter charge. One, he could have been convicted of a crime that would have immediately canceled his career. The other was that he could have been fired as a police officer.
I explained to him that I was a police officer.
Dorsey's fate should have rested in the hands of a judge and jury. But astonishingly, the charges against him mysteriously vanish.
I always wondered what happened to that case, but it just apparently disappeared off the face of the planet. He was never prosecuted for that.
While investigating Dorsey's past in connection to the killing of Derwin Brown, Morgan found that Dorsey had gotten away with murder on at least 3 separate occasions.
Whatever problems he had in the department, that was all sort of kept, kept quiet.
He had been suspected in killings that wound up going away. They weren't prosecuted. He was given the benefit of the doubt many, many times.
He was untouchable.
The fact that he was able to get away with these other murders suggests that it normalized it for him. It made it okay for him. It actually was probably included in his definition of what power is. The unchecked behavior that he was allowed to get away with just more or less fed the beast.
Dorsey's dark past convinces Morgan that he is a credible suspect in Derwin Brown's murder. But there's a problem.
Dorsey had an airtight alibi, of course he did, with his wife at his residence.
Sheriff, I was wondering if you could tell me anything about Derwin Brown.
Dorsey even goes on record to deny responsibility for Brown's murder.
Derwin and I were merely political adversaries.
He did a very good, convincing interview with a colleague of mine, and he looked straight into his eyes and said, "I did not kill Derwin Brown. I had nothing to do with the murder of Derwin Brown."
Morgan is forced to look at other potential suspects.
In Derwin's case, there was at least 32 people who were angry at him because they were losing his job.
Investigators spend months chasing other leads. The case becomes one of the most expensive murder investigations in Georgia history. But the only concrete evidence Morgan has is a handful of 9mm shells.
Everybody was working very, very hard.
John, anything there?
But we were not getting anywhere.
The investigation was very frustrating, very frustrating. Too much time was passing to not have apprehended anyone.
With the FBI, the best detectives of DeKalb County, the GBI, and everybody else, they had nothing. They had absolutely nothing.
After a year of fruitless investigation, Morgan is finally forced to admit the trail has gone cold.
We had no evidence to point to anyone.
But in March 2001, investigators get a huge break. Sidney Dorsey's most trusted former deputy, Patrick Cuffey, is arrested for an unrelated crime.
Cuffey is obviously needing money. He doesn't have this lucrative job and overtime at the sheriff's department, and so apparently he gets into drug dealing. And there was a shootout in his front yard with a drug dealer from Canada, and the drug dealer is killed.
Looking to avoid a possible death sentence, Cuffey has a shocking revelation. Patrick Cuffey, the most trusted former deputy of corrupt Sheriff Sidney Dorsey, is potentially heading to death row for a drug-related murder. But Cuffey has other ideas and asks to speak with his old attorney and friend, Dwayne Jones.
For some years, I had represented Patrick Cuffey just in some, family civil matters. The court had appointed him an attorney, so I wasn't going to be his attorney defending him in these criminal matters anymore. But I know that he needs to tell me something, and that's why he told me to come out there.
Jones has a hunch of what it might be that Cuffey wants to talk about.
So I pulled out this napkin. I just come from having breakfast, and I wrote on the napkin, Derwin, ? Which basically meant, did you actually have something to do with this? And Patrick went, yeah. And I said, damn, Patrick.
Jones advises Cuffey to tell his criminal attorney he wants to make a deal.
My client is seeking some immunity here.
Cuffey's attorney came to see us and said that his client wanted to talk about the Dorsey matter in exchange for immunity in the Derwin Brown case. Cuffey's ass was on the line, and there's no honor among thieves. And I've done this enough to know that the first person you're going to protect is yourself.
Cuffey promises to tell investigators who killed Derwin Brown, but Morgan cannot agree to an immunity deal without the approval of Brown's wife, Phyllis.
I went to see Phyllis, and she said that she didn't want any deals unless the person who pulled the trigger and the mastermind would not get immunity. I said, at this point, we have nothing, but it's my understanding that Mr. Cuffey was involved, but he did not pull the trigger, and he certainly was not the mastermind.
Morgan agrees to the deal. Cuffey won't face charges if he gives up the mastermind.
Now, start talking.
And we interrogated Cuffey for hours, and I wanted to make sure that he knew things that only he would know because he was involved.
Cuffey gives them no reason to doubt the veracity of his terrible revelation.
Patrick Cuffey's version of the murder was that Sidney Dorsey apparently wanted Patrick Cuffey to kill Derwin Brown. Dorsey said, do whatever you need to do, get whoever you need to do, just get it done.
Armed with Cuffey's confession, investigators move quickly. On November 30th, 2001, Sidney Dorsey is arrested for the murder of his political rival, Derwin Brown.
How well do you know Patrick Cuffey?
Investigators throw everything they can at Dorsey. He faces 15 charges, including murder, bribery, racketeering, and theft. But he has always been smooth under pressure, and this is no exception.
Dorsey's defense was that, Cuffey would do or say anything to protect his own hide, that this was all a story to have the sheriff found guilty when they were, in fact, the guilty party.
The trial has DeKalb County and the whole of Atlanta gripped.
Please be seated.
Dorsey stakes everything on making out Cuffey to be a liar.
To Lieutenant Pam.
Dorsey was very confident that he would be acquitted and he would be back on the street and someday run again for political office. That's how his brain works.
Such is Dorsey's standing in the community that the trial is far from a foregone conclusion.
The jury couldn't stand Patrick Cuffey. He was arrogant. They thought, here's a guy who was basically the captain of this murder squad who's getting off with nothing, and he's pointing the finger at his friends as being responsible. We don't believe this guy as far as we can throw him.
Prosecutors feel they have a strong case, but when the jury retires, no one is sure of the outcome. Finally, the jury returns with a verdict. Dorsey is found guilty of murdering Derwin Brown. He is also found guilty of racketeering and 11 other counts of presiding over corruption.
I believe Dorsey was absolutely shocked that he was found guilty.
He denied it till the end. He denied it. I think he may have actually said, as God is my witness, I didn't do this thing.
He is sentenced to life in prison for murder, with an additional 23 years for racketeering and violation of oath offenses. The gunman Walker and one other member of Dorsey's team are also sentenced to life.
So you had 3 of the 5 people that were involved, including the ringleader and the gunman, that are now spending life in prison.
The thought of killing somebody is a means to an end for him. It doesn't appear to be a malicious act as much as it is an instrumental act. Sidney Dorsey's problem was that he let power take over his life.
Sidney Dorsey thought he was smart enough that there was no way he could get caught. He's a high sheriff. There's nobody above him. He runs the county. I can do what I want to do.
He became someone, and I think that the power went to his head, and it was ultimately his downfall.
With Dorsey finally facing some long overdue justice, Derwin Brown's family can begin to rebuild their lives.
I think we're in a stage where we're trying to move on. We're trying to move forward, but losing him, he was my everything. He was the air that I breathed.
With no chance of parole, Dorsey will spend the rest of his days behind bars at the Georgia State Prison. Sidney Dorsey thought he was untouchable. He was wrong.